Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the May 11th virtual reconvening of the special board meeting. I'd like to begin by calling this meeting to order with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will be reporting on executive sessions. We will be reporting on executive sessions, pardon me, at the May 28th or the May 25th business meeting. Okay, so at this time, we have completed public comment on the original item on the agenda. As of tonight, we added item 4.1, which was updated today at 2:20 p.m., which is an approved changes to the RTSD health and safety plan. So the recommended action is requesting that the board approve changes to the RTSD health and safety plan. And I think at this time, what I'd like to do is turn the meeting over to, is Mr. Beck? Oh, Dr. Batchelor is here. If you'd like to just speak for a few minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, no, we're good since this is a recess meeting. I do just the added agenda item. So thank you, Ms. Stern, that we have on the agenda for tonight is I think very much procedural with the changes with the health and safety plan and with what the county has told us now we can do with taking masks off when in the midst of exercising, in the midst of sports, or in the midst of recess. So that's why we want to talk about that tonight. I also have breaking news from today that we may have an opportunity to vaccinate our 12, 13, and 14-year-olds as early as this Monday. So I was in a meeting today with Springfield Pharmacy. We are still working out the details. CDC still needs to make approval for the 12, 13, 14, and 15-year-olds. But we're tentatively planning Monday, starting at 1 p.m. to make that available. We'll be sending out, once it's confirmed tomorrow, we'll be sending out signups hopefully by Thursday, Friday. It could mean that we could be doing a virtual day at the high school, on Monday. We're still working out the details. We've made it a priority to try to vaccinate our kids and have our building available. And with this news just breaking literally yesterday, and the fact that we may be able to turn around and have it available Monday is pretty incredible. So more to come in the next few days. I'll be sharing with the board and sharing with the community.
Great, thank you. So at this time, what I'd like to do is entertain a motion and a second on agenda item 4.1. Do I have a motion? A motion from Ms. Goldman, a second from Ms. Monahan. Pardon me. And I don't know if everyone's had an opportunity to read the changes, but I glanced through them this afternoon, and basically it gives the administration the ability to adjust the mask mandates as recommendations from the Chester County Board of Health come through. And so when Dr. Batchelor and I talked today, or was that yesterday? Yesterday, we talked about that rather than wait until the monthly business meeting at the end of the month, given that some changes have recently come through as they relate to masking, would it make sense for us to go ahead and put this agenda item on tonight's special board meeting since it was already scheduled? Because this item was not on the agenda as of last week, although this is a reconvened meeting, we will be accepting public comment on this item this evening before we vote on the item. So I don't know if board members have questions or any comment, and then prior to a vote, we will open the floor for public comment on this agenda item alone.
No, just thank you for being on top of this and realizing this was a great opportunity. We were all together that we could focus on this. I know people have been asking me about changes, so I appreciate being on top of that.
Great. You're welcome. Is there any other comments or questions? Oh, yes, Ms. Monahan, go ahead. You're muted.
Thank you. I had a quick question on another one of the changes on the health and safety plan, the exception permitting on a case-by-case basis for outdoor events at the discretion of building principal. Would this allow perhaps and I know we haven't really heard anything about it, but would this allow perhaps for elementary and middle school transitioning students to have some kind of a celebration for their moving on ceremony in person as opposed to virtual, or should I not open that can of worms?
It's a good can of worms. I'll let it's been something we've been talking about. I'll let Sean and Dan jump in as well, because it's going to be different at each level.
Yeah, so this was put in place to allow opportunities for end-of-year events to take place. And so I know that the building principals have been looking at how they can honor students at the end of the school year with outdoor events. And so this gives us the flexibility. The previous language did not give us flexibility to consider items such as that.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Kind of following on that question, I know there are limitations on the number of people who can attend graduation for each student. And I know that's part of the arrangement with Villanova. Is it worth perhaps asking them whether they might revisit those guidelines based on the CDC updates? I know that limitation is a hardship for some of our families.
We are reaching out to Villanova to talk about them. So there's also obviously the changes that are coming, which we're not really focused on tonight, but the changes as of May 31st or June 1. So we'll be talking to them about that as well. We will probably be striking a balance moving forward. As excited as we are to hear about the changes with June 1. For us, there are some things that are already in place that we may not be able to adjust. In other cases, we may be able to adjust, and where we can, believe me, we would love to make adjustments where we can. So we are talking, Villanova is a good example. We've reached back out to them, and honestly, everybody's just trying to digest what it all means. They're trying to digest it. They're trying to digest it in the context of what they've been doing for their own practice. And what we're doing as well. So that is a conversation that's going to happen in the next, week, between this week, which already started, and next week, I'm sure. And as soon as we have answers, we'll let our families know.
Great, thank you.
I could just ask a quick question, maybe best directed to Sean or Mr. Dukevich. Will field day be on for elementary students?
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, excuse me. The PE teachers have planned an outdoor modified field day. Will happen sometime in June. It'll be a little different than previous years, but it will be a modified outdoor version.
Great, thank you. And just while I have the floor real quick, I just want to echo some earlier comments that especially I think it's good that we're explicitly following the guidance of the Chester County Health Department. I like how that is very clearly worded in these edits. Thanks.
Are there any other questions? I do just want to, before we take public comment, I do just want to make note, Dr. Batchelor, what's not on the agenda is the athletic health and safety plan, because we've previously had put some language in there that gave the administration the ability to make adjustments to attendance and masking, and there was more flexibility. So I want to acknowledge Mr. Dukevich and Mr. Bechtold for the wording here. I think is a nice balance where it does provide you with the necessary wording to have flexibility to make plans, as they potentially are able to be made. So that's great, rather than having to come back to the board. I think that, and I think that we're probably going to be expecting some changes at the athletic level as well. Dr. Batchelor, is that correct?
Yes. So we have already announced that our, following the guidance from the health department, that students, while in the midst of competing or practicing or in the physical exercise and exerting themselves, they no longer need to be masked outside, but they still need to be masked, on the sideline or going to and from the events. So we've already put that into place starting yesterday. With our athletes, but you're right, Mr. Stern, we did not need to formally make a change to our health and safety plan for athletics based on how we've worded that in the past.
And just one more follow-up question, because we did receive some public comment last week from some students asking about attendance at athletic events. And I know that the students were quite impassioned about that. And I just, I want to clarify for everyone who's listening that, again, those, just because of the way the athletics health and safety plan is written, decisions about attendance at the games, and whether or not the students can attend is all able to be made administratively. And I'm thinking at this point right now, we're actually, just as hampered by the construction that's gone, started up at the high school with the accessibility and wellness project. But if there are changes that can be made as it relates to students attending games, that's something that you're going to be able to do administratively. Is that correct, Dr. Batchelor?
Yes, that is correct.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't want to leave the students hanging. There were a few students who had written to us last week. So this is also a nice opportunity to be able to follow up on that. All righty. Ms. Gangle, do we have public comment on this agenda item?
I do have one.
Great. If you would read it.
So it's Mark McKeon, Radnor High School student. I am writing to you as I request you have a conversation and allow full attendance to spring sports. I'm a varsity lacrosse captain, and not seeing my fellow peers that I quite literally sit next to in school, not be able to come to our games while our neighboring schools allow it, is heartbreaking. It confuses me how we can be put indoors as close as 3 feet to each other in school, but we are not allowed to have our fellow peers as well as other members of the community come to our games and support us. If you can say you care about the students and put the students first, then you need to have this conversation now before it's too late. If other schools are doing it and they are not having issues, for example, Conestoga, then we should allow it too. It is spring, many of us are vaccinated and we are already in school together. Allow full attendance for spring sports. If you personally are uncomfortable being outside with other people, then those individuals can stay home. You should not punish the rest of the people that want to come and support. Allow full attendance. Thank you. And that is the only comment we have here that references this.
Okay, well, then my question was prescient. So it's an administrative decision, and we look forward to the administration, discussing that and making whatever decision they do regarding student attendance, and then we'll go from there. So, alrighty, if there's no further questions and no further public comment, all those in favor of this motion, if you could raise your hands and say aye. And the motion passes 9-0. Great. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, so then moving on to, I just have to close one window. Moving on to item number 4.2, which is the point at which we left off at our meeting the last time. There is a motion, which is to permit the Raider name as an option for consideration in the mascot selection and rebranding process with the following parameters. A, identify steps in the process that empowers students to evaluate names under the guiding principles with a goal of selecting 2 options for a final student body vote. B, provide information and promote dialogue of different perspectives among the students, including education on conflict resolution, civility, and social media etiquette. C, if the Raider is selected by students as an option that moves forward, enlist the consultation of the National Congress of American Indians on the rebranding efforts to ensure that it meets with their approval. D, task the administration to 1, include an educational component to the new Spirit Gallery that tells the history of the Raider name and Radnor's decision to remove the Native American imagery from our branding. And 2, identify opportunities in Radnor schools for greater awareness and understanding of the history and struggles of Native Americans and provide recommendations for improvements. And the recommended action is that the administration is requesting that the full board consider and discuss the above motion. So at this time, I would entertain a motion and a second on this item. We have a motion from Mr. Jubileer and a second from Ms. Duffy. All right, so I think really this is the first time we've had a motion on our agenda since, a motion on our agenda officially since we began this process last August. So I want to thank everyone. I know that each of us has received many, many emails around this topic over the last 7 months. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to any board member who would like to speak and consider. Mr. Jubileer.
Thank you, Ms. Stern. Ms. Gangle, would you be able to screen share the motion?
Absolutely. Give me just a moment.
Thank you. The motion is long. I think it will be helpful for everyone, our board, as well as public watching, to be able to view the motion or see the elements of the motion while at least I'm speaking. I appreciate that.
Are you able to see that okay? I can zoom a bit.
I am. I know my eyes aren't so great, but
yeah, let me zoom. I'll zoom in.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No
That's
problem.
a lot there. So I appreciate this opportunity and thank our leadership and administration and my fellow board members for the opportunity to discuss this motion. It is long. And obviously for anyone else on our board who chooses to discuss and talk about it, I appreciate all of us having that opportunity first. Three of us, Ms. Monahan, Ms. Duffy, and myself, put a lot of thought into this motion. We talked with our fellow board members. We talked with students who have opposing viewpoints on the Raider name in terms of whether it should remain retired or have an opportunity to be reconsidered. We tried to include elements in our motion that spoke to wants and needs and concerns of both sides. September 2nd, 2020, I voted to remove the Native American imagery associated with our name, as did 8 of my fellow board members. I also voted at the time to vote to retire the Raider name. This was for me, as probably many others, an incredibly difficult decision. I wrestled internally. I still do. But at the time, my vote to retire the name was based off of what I had learned and heard from many members of our community, including students, alumni, and a number of Metoxen family members. Their viewpoints were and are first person, or in the case of our students, well-researched and presented. Since that time, it's fair to say, and I think we would all agree, that we've heard from many additional voices on both sides of this matter, with strong, passionate points of view, all legitimate. Every email, public comment that has come from a student, alumnus, parent, member of a well-respected and regarded Native American organization, or just a resident of Radnor is valid. Everybody deserves to not only be heard, but to be listened to. What I said back in September, when I watched my comments again on video, is that I could not imagine truly understanding how the imagery and or the Raider name made someone else feel. I can only try to walk in other people's shoes, but they aren't my own. I felt in my heart that I wanted to try and ensure that if possible, no one, no matter how few or how many, would feel hurt. Likewise, I'm not a student anymore, nor a Radnor alumnus, so I don't walk in these shoes either. However, I'm a parent of 2 children who attend Radnor secondary schools. I played on a Division I college team, and I understand a little bit of the camaraderie and feeling of strong identity and tradition that come with a long-standing name and brand. I do not discount anyone who feels strongly about the Raider name and who has valid reasons for advocating that we retain it with new imagery. Over the last several months, the divide, I believe, in our broader school community has widened. While a rebranding committee was formed and included many differing viewpoints on the Raider name, it has unfortunately, in my opinion, not worked. The divide has not only stood, but I believe it's gotten worse. I asked, as well as a couple of my fellow board members, at our January board meeting, if our administrative leads on rebranding would let us know if things weren't working with the committee or if there were problems. We've heard from many. Now it's May. In my opinion, with all due respect to our board and our administration, who has worked awfully hard, it hasn't. Those who've advocated for including the Raider name as part of the committee's deliberations have felt that they have not been listened to despite the laid out guiding principles. And those who have been trying hard to move forward and come up with new names have felt frustrated and stifled in their ability to do their job. I think it's okay to admit that the process to date could have been better. I take my own responsibility as a member of the school board as well. In that dialogue, whether that be via a student assembly, a brown bag lunch, social studies class conversations, time in homeroom to hear different perspectives, earlier in the school year would have been valuable. But it's easy to say now that hindsight is 2020. So where are we now? Our motion's aim, as we look at it on the screen, is to try to begin to help solve what I believe is a problem, to push for more dialogue rather than constrict it, to put this into the hands of our most valuable stakeholders, our students. As I've seen before, Radnor is proud when it says, Radnor prides itself on students thinking for themselves and listening to others. Let's honor that. Should the Raider name be a consideration, it can only happen if there is fair and deliberative evaluation done first by a representative group of our high school students as to whether or not it can abide by the aforementioned guiding principles. If it is deemed after the committee does its appropriate due diligence that it cannot, then it will not be put forward to the larger Radnor Middle School and high school student bodies. And by enlisting the consultation of NCAI, we have put what I believe is a good and necessary step to ensure that any reimagined Raider meets with their approval after students have made their voices heard first. After all, NCAI has been doing this work on evaluating reimagined or new names, including Raider, with a large number of other school districts across the country and have ample experience and credibility on the matter. I want to conclude by thanking all of you again for this opportunity, for listening to me and to others, and for leadership into scheduling this special meeting. I know all of you have good intentions, and all of you are making the decisions that you believe is based on what you believe, is best for our entire community. I know Liz, who seconded the motion, has some related comments, so I don't know if it's okay, Ms. Stern. I'd love to pass the baton to her if you're okay with that.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm going to echo some of what Jeff said, but first, I appreciate the opportunity to have this meeting and to have what I feel is a much needed public discussion. A lot has transpired since testimony this summer and the board's September vote. Since that vote, there have been a number of people, including students, who have advocated for a rebranded Raider name. Many of these people feel like they haven't been heard, and they're frustrated that their opinions aren't being taken into consideration. Tonight gives us a chance to acknowledge that we have heard their voices, regardless of how we decide to move forward. This is an emotionally charged issue, and the process of change of any kind is hard work. The rhetoric and overall climate has gotten ugly at times. Some have said that our decision created a divide. I would suggest our decision exposed a divide. Either way, it's not a place we want to be as a community or a school. Before I talk about the emotion, let me be clear. I do not feel people who support the Raider name are racist. Any accusations of such is unacceptable. We should be careful with such language. I also do not think people who support a change are snowflakes or devoid of school spirit or pride, or as I have often heard, just a tiny percentage of students. We need to end the name calling and remember that we're all neighbors and friends who have different points of view. I'm hoping we can end the outrage and find solutions. The motion is an attempt at a solution. To me, the key word in the motion is consideration. My concern is that the current process has not allowed for a dialogue that I think is necessary to foster better understanding from both perspectives. Dialogue helps breed awareness and understanding of different experiences. Dialogue builds empathy, and empathy builds connection. If we continue to move forward with our current rebranding plan without this necessary discussion, especially among our students, we are missing an opportunity to teach our kids how to come together from different points of view and find solutions, just like we need our future citizens and leaders to do. Time has passed since our September vote. I do think there has been a palpable shift in our community in terms of the views on the appropriateness of Native American imagery. Many who advocated for change during the summer did so because they did not believe we could unravel the name from the imagery because of our decades-long misappropriation and incomplete past measures by our district to address imagery concerns. I said so much in my comments on September 2nd, especially given I had received a petition at the time chock full of #feathersforever. I will say that since our vote, and arguably because our vote, we saw those sentiments change. We have heard very few arguments for Native American imagery and much more voice support and understanding for the need to sever it from our school identity going forward. That progress is owed to the students who advocated thoughtfully and passionately for change. These students loved their school enough to put the time and energy during the summer to help it better represent its ideals of educational excellence. It is also owed to the community members and alumni who supported their efforts over the summer. Together, they have raised the collective consciousness of our community by making sure we didn't look away any longer. I want to make sure they are recognized for this accomplishment and want them to know that my call for discussion of the Raider name in no way diminishes my support for their efforts. While I have read every email and petition, from support for change to those arguing we are going too far, Mr. Rosen's letter last week was particularly noteworthy to me. Mr. Rosen is a high school teacher. He lives in the community. He is a member of the rebranding committee, and he made public comment in July in support of change. What is unique to me about Mr. Rosen's comments is that he is the one voice we have heard who is advocating for both perspectives. He supports the September 2nd decision and the students who helped make it happen. But he also recognizes that progress has been made in the community during the past 8 months that has made the discussion of a rebranded Raider more of a possibility, and hence is asking that we allow for its consideration. Recognizing this progress, as well as the people in our community who appealed to us to include the Raider name, I reached out to a few Native American groups to get their perspective on the Raider name over the last few months. While these groups firmly opposed the name with any Native references, they did feel the name could, and I stress could, be rebranded given the right environment or the appropriate context. So the question to me is, do we have the right environment or context? Can we find a solution that could potentially make those who have felt hurt or disconnected or embarrassed about their school imagery feel more welcome and included? The answer may still be no. It may be better to have a fresh start with a new name. But exploring the possibilities requires a dialogue. This isn't a matter of who is right and who is wrong. This is about creating an environment in which we listen to each other and we see if we can problem solve to find a path forward that can unite rather than us have retreat to our separate camps. I have heard people speak of the Raider name with a sense of pride and unity. I have also heard people refer to it with a sense of embarrassment and disconnection. Both experiences are real. Personally, I agree with the sentiments so beautifully stated by the Henkel family last week. Like them, I have thought this is an opportunity to create something new. So like we are doing with our school campus, we can be welcoming and inclusive to all our students and community. But I do think it's better if our students get to this conclusion together and on their own through a process that encourages dialogue, builds empathy, and takes all perspectives into account. My fear is that if the Raider name does not go through the process, we will continue to face obstacles as we move forward, and the new name will be tainted by too many considering the process unfair. I do support this motion. It was carefully crafted to take all perspectives into account. It encourages dialogue and puts decision-making in the hands of the students. Importantly, if the Raider name should move forward under the guiding principles for consideration, it enlists the consultation of the NCAI. Additionally, it looks at the name or imagery change holistically to actually require a larger educational effort regarding Indigenous people. Let me conclude by saying that regardless of what we decide tonight, I hope our community, I beg our community really, that we do not vilify this vote or question individual motives. I know how heavily this has weighed on me and my fellow board members, and this decision has definitely not been done in haste. We need to look forward, not backwards, and recognize that we have another teachable moment in front of us, resiliency. I hope we can move forward in good faith and in a manner that can make us all Radnor proud.
Thank you, Ms. Duffy. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak?
Yes, please, if I could go, Ms. Stern, that would be great. And perhaps the screen share can be turned off too, please. Thanks. Okay, I'll try not to repeat what's already been said by Jeff and Liz. And I'll preface by saying I have a lot to share. Hopefully it won't take too long. But generally, I mean, we all know a lot's happened over the last 8 to 9 months. And I wanted to share my thoughts and position on what has occurred and kind of what has led to the motion on the table. And my comments are my own. But to start, obviously there's an issue. Although I believe we could have avoided some of this, I do truly believe that we can fix this going forward. From a historic standpoint, I did some research looking back to the 2013 vote because I know that there was a lot of information being posted or communicated. And I think there's a misunderstanding that there was a vote to get rid of the Native American imagery. And this isn't true. On June 20th, 2013, a press release titled Radnor High School Says Goodbye to Costumed Mascot, Maintains Tradition with Radnor Raiders Nickname and Logos. It further states that, quote, students with the support of teachers and administrators share their decision to officially retire the school's physical costume mascot with the board's policy committee. The nickname and logos such as the R in a circle with feathers and the signage at Prevost Field will remain. The student's decision was reached after a dedicated review and strikes a balance between maintaining tradition and respecting all people, end of quote. This is important to understand, for many believe that all the imagery was retired in 2013, and due to the link between the name and Raider, the name Raider and the Native American imagery, that it returned. This is not true. The imagery was never retired. Last summer, in 2020, there was a wave across the country regarding the misuse of Native American imagery and names. This didn't just happen in Radnor, and I know that there are so many emotions flying. This is something the entire country undertook. So like on behalf of me and my board members, we all were dealing with this, not only just within Radnor, but everyone, every school board was dealing with this who had any Indian name or Native American imagery. I believe that the September 2nd votes were done with good intent and motives. The Native American imagery vote was clear, and the community 8 months later now fully supports retirement of the Native American imagery. That was not the case before the vote, as I believe that Liz kind of shared. The Raider name and the vote was and is less clear to me. I believed at the time that we could be rebranded, and I still believe that. At the end of the September 2nd meeting, I also stated that I supported a positive path forward to rebranding efforts after both votes were taken, and I truly did mean that. However, since September 2nd, a lot has happened. There's been a lot of additional comment and communication in the fall from people who supported the Raider name that we hadn't heard of before. And in retrospect, timing wasn't ideal with the summer and the pandemic. Plus, it occurred over 2 meetings. The first meeting on August 4th, during which we heard 4 hours of one-way public comment. Public comment is not a formalized review or process of problem solving, mutual learning, and understanding from both sides to come to a mutual solution. The second meeting was on September 2nd, at which the board deliberated and voted within 1 hour. To me, a 90-year-old name deserves more of a process than consisting of 2 meetings. At the January 2021 presentation of the rebranding process, I asked whether the Raider would be considered one of the options if raised by the committee members, and it was clear that it was not based on the September 2nd vote. I then requested administration to keep us posted on potential issues resulting from not allowing the Raider name as an option. So here we are. There are issues, and that's why I was one of 3 requesting this special meeting. The issue that I continue to have is the fact that the Raider name never had its day in court. It never went through a process or review that perhaps should have occurred back in August. But given where we are today, I believe that Raider needs to be allowed to be a part of the conversation as an option for consideration. We talk about being inclusive with this decision, but we have not been inclusive in allowing the name Raider to be discussed or considered. With any conflict, it is solved with civil discussion, dialogue, and I believe at this point that's what's needed. Raider has not had its due diligence or vetting process. And I believe that until it does, until it is allowed to be an option for consideration, it will continue to be an issue and may even be brought up again 7 months from now. I don't think any of us want that to happen. This motion allows for the conversation to occur with parameters to make sure that it is done with consideration for both sides. I've heard from varying polarizing views. On the one hand, parents and children who want to retain the tradition of the Raider name in Radnor, and alumni who claim that their high school identity is being taken away from them. Alumni and students who have had Raider will always have Raider. No one's trying to erase their past, their memories, their experiences. In fact, I know the board has had a lot of discussions about the new Spirit Gallery that's going to be in place with the Accessibility and Wellness Initiative. And it will proudly feature Radnor's history over the past 90 years, including the Raiders. On the other hand, I've heard the students who are ashamed of what they believe the Raider name stands for, the many parents who sent the board thank you notes for not only getting rid of the imagery, but also the Raider name and its association to Native American imagery and terms such as Raider Nation. It is their belief that the imagery and names will forever be linked. That a vote was made in 2013 that didn't work and the imagery returned. As I shared before, that is not true. We never retired the Native American imagery until September 2nd, 2020. I've heard from varying positions from Native American organizations that Liz referred to in terms of having the right environment with keeping the Raider name. I've heard from rebranding committee member Carl Rosen. Again, Liz referred to comments that he shared, and I believe that's a very unique position that he is taking, understanding that there is dialogue that's needed to find a solution. I've seen social media, received emails, overheard public comments, as we all have. What we've seen on these platforms is not what any of us want Radnor to be. It's dangerous to label, name call, and cite misinformation. I've heard from many viewpoints on the Raider name, and all are valid. They are just different. I truly do see both sides. There's no right or wrong. These points need to be shared in a structured, respectful process. What's been missing is this reasonable discourse, this mutual understanding or agreeable disagreements. By not allowing Raider into the discussion as a possible option for consideration, we have suppressed this dialogue and will continue to unless this motion is passed. I'm almost done. Please bear with me. Thank you for your patience. The Raider name by definition has no association to Native American Indians. Raider is not racist. If it were, I doubt the many organizations or schools who have maintained the Raider name would keep them, such as the Las Vegas Raiders, colleges and universities, and the many high schools who have retained Raider and rebranded. A lot of arguments raised that Radnor cannot disassociate the Raider name with the Native American imagery and therefore needs to remain retired. The imagery has been finally retired, and for the first time on September 2nd. There has never been an opportunity for a new mascot, a newly defined Raider. Many high schools and colleges have successfully achieved this. And should the Raider name be allowed to move forward for consideration, if we find ourselves with a proposed Raider name and new mascot, I do believe that we can successfully rebrand with a new imagery and mascot. We can define what Raider is. We just haven't done it yet. And that's why we can't disassociate from the Native American imagery. So in closing, I support this motion to permit the Raider name as an option for consideration in the rebranding process. It allows Raider name due process. It allows genuine dialogue and conversations to help understand other points of view, to communicate positions, and to arrive at a solution together. And to my fellow board members, this motion is not one that approves the Raider name. It only permits the name as an option to be discussed amongst students for consideration in the rebranding process. The board has the final vote on the name at the end of the process, so why not allow Raider to be considered and foster this healthy dialogue? I ask that you permit the Raider name as an option for consideration. Forbidding Raider as an option is not the answer, as we've seen over the last 8 months. Allow its due diligence, allow students to openly discuss and determine whether the Raider name is a viable option. Our students continue to impress and amaze me. Let's listen to their voices and trust them moving forward. Thanks a lot for the opportunity to share my thoughts.
Anyone else would like to speak? No other board comment? Mr. Moore?
I have a number of questions. Would the board members who
Mr. Moore, I think you're frozen.
All right, so the first question is, sorry, my internet is a little choppy. Can you all hear me all right, colleagues? Thank you.
Yes.
All right, so Mrs. Monahan referred to this, but we also have the superintendent here in the meeting, and I believe even our solicitor. I have heard a lot of questions and references to the idea that the vote to retire the Raider did not preclude the Raider from being an option on the committee. And so just, once and for all, so that misconception is cleared up, and I apologize for not highlighting this as much before. I think we actually had a colloquy with the superintendent in our November GRCC meeting, which was shortly after the October regular business meeting, where there was a lot of public comment about the decision then. Well, couldn't the nickname have been an option moving forward? Did our September 2nd vote in fact preclude the nickname from being an option moving forward without further board action?
So yes, our vote on September 2nd precluded the Raider name from being an option moving forward. And when we assembled the committee, one of the slides they saw that first night of the committee meeting was that the purpose of the committee was to guide and select a new name and new mascot because the September 2nd removed it.
Thanks. And another question, and really any board member can take this, and we all have our views on it, but this motion has been put forward as a solution to a problem, at something that's not working. And I've heard from a little bit of this from Mr. Jubileer and Mrs. Duffy and Mrs. Monahan. But what is not working? What precludes us from moving forward with the process that was already set up in January? What is not working about that process? And really, this is a question for board members or from the administrators, that have been, working on that. The idea is this motion is put forward as a solution to a problem. What is the problem that this motion is solving?
Well, I would just jump in just to follow up on the previous question. I think it also goes with this question, Mr. Moore. So one of the discussions we had as a board in January was the hopes of bringing together the community in this selection process and bringing together those who felt strongly about why the name and the imagery needed to be removed, and bring together those who felt strongly that the name should be retained. I don't think there was really anyone or any discussion about keeping the Indian imagery, and I haven't seen any of that. It was people who wanted to keep the name being part of that committee, and also those who felt strongly that the name should be removed as well as the imagery. And in bringing both those groups together, and even in the second meeting, having each group talk about walking in each other's shoes and trying to understand why the two sides felt the same way. The side that wanted the Raider name, those 15 out of 35 people, roughly 15 to 16 people who were on the committee in the hopes of bringing the community together, I think came to the committee with the idea of, this is our chance to talk about Raider. This is our opportunity. And I think it was hard for them to then hear that this was not their opportunity. That the committee was not the vehicle in reality, even though we did want to talk about how we arrived at the vote we arrived at in September. The reality was it wasn't an option. So I think that answers your question about, your second part about what is the problem that we had. Well, we purposely created a committee that was not necessarily just a random group of people. We purposely created a committee to try to bring the community together, and we brought strong voices on both sides to try to bring the community together. And I think the one side, felt strongly that they were there because the name is gone and the imagery's gone, and let's pick a new name. And then the other side was there feeling this is our chance to talk about Raider, and it wasn't their opportunity.
Excuse me. Thank you. And that, that dovetails with another question I have, and this might be more directed at the board members who've introduced this motion. And by the way, these questions are not meant to be challenging in the sense of confrontational. They're meant to be, they're offered in the spirit of inquiry to really, figure out what is the right way forward. And so, if part of the problem was we didn't provide that opportunity, whether it was an opportunity we provided to adults in our community, alumni, teachers, students, if we didn't provide that opportunity to talk about the Raider name, if people showed up to that committee feeling frustration and use that as the venue to process how they were feeling, why isn't the solution more to provide some venue for that now? Is it too late? Do we need to put the Raider name back on in order to do that? Why isn't more dialogue and discussion, whether it's student to student, alumni to alumni, part of what we do first at this stage?
I guess I'll start, and please pick it up. And I appreciate Mr. Moore being the noble attorney that you are, being a friendly noble attorney. With a few of them on this board. As I said in my comments, I wish we did. I wish that, all of us are smart. I believe all of us are smart people with insight. We didn't have an opportunity as a community with those different stakeholders to go through. My nomenclature was brown bag lunches, social studies classes, town hall, quote unquote, not literally in COVID, but something. It seemed like the chronology of this was a little backwards in hindsight, I believe. That those important discussions, in hindsight, in my opinion, I own my votes and what have you, should have taken place before perhaps that second vote. And I don't regret my vote on September 2nd. I'm not blaming anybody at all. I just feel now that we missed that opportunity, and we have to now only think of things we can do moving forward. But if we were to, in my opinion, move forward with those steps, but not include the Raider cannot be mentioned, for example, but have these dialogues, have the hurt, the pain, the anger will just remain, in my opinion. So that's what I believe.
I completely agree with what Jeff said.
Me too. Yeah.
And that raises another question on my mind too. It's kind of two questions jump out of that. So one question is, while we have seen incredible progress on the idea that people are willing to listen to those who have said that the imagery was harmful to them because of who they were. That progress is tentative to some extent. It's been incredible progress. It's fresh progress over the last 8 months, and I'd like to think that there would be more progress along those lines. But the fact remains that there are still some who say that they have considered the imagery a tribute and part of their tradition. And in fact, I think we've all made clear, if that is how you viewed the imagery at the time, that is no judgment on you, because we all come from the time we come from, and are the products of our environment. But with that in mind, with the fact that there is, some of this, literally has popped up today. There are people talking about how, advocating for, we could bring the imagery back, or it happens. I've seen it. It's gone down so much, and that's so encouraging. But with the idea that is still out there, how much does the fact that the processing that we haven't had about the decision to retire the nickname, how much does that apply to our decision to retire the imagery as well? Whatever you feel about whether our process, fellow board members, was adequate in August and September or not, we had the same process for the decision to retire the imagery as we had for the decision to retire the name. Maybe it doesn't technically have to be part of the motion, but why don't we need to examine our process for the first motion in September just as much as we did, or as much as people are advocating now for re-examining our process for the second motion?
Can I just jump in for one thing, to respond to an earlier question that Mr. Moore asked about the process that was missed? Hindsight is 2020, but I want to remember that want everybody to just remember that at the time, we were navigating just unprecedented experiences in terms of the pandemic. This was something that was all across the country. Multiple things were happening at the same time. And it was uncharted territory for everybody to deal with these massive issues. Education was one of the institutions probably hit harder than anything else in America. And so I just, I don't want to speak extensively. I have some remarks to make a little bit later, but I do want to add in there, at the risk of feeling like anybody was responsible for a flawed process, that it's my recollection that in the midst of, all hands on deck and navigating just completely uncharted territory, that I believe that the administration and the board were doing their best to try to navigate two massive issues simultaneously. And we did our level best to try to give all issues their due. It's easy, I think, sometimes 7 or 8 months later to look back and say, well, would have, could have, should have. And perhaps, would have, could have, should have. But I do think it's important that we remind ourselves and the community that we were sitting in very different shoes back then. And we were trying to handle two massive and unprecedented issues simultaneously, and trying to support the administration with moving forward in their first and foremost priority, which was to prepare for an educational season starting in the fall 2020-21 school year.
So I'll just briefly, I'm sorry, why don't you go, Ms. Nancy? I went first last time.
No, I was just, thanks for that comment, Amy. I agree. We were going through a lot at the time. But going back to Bradley's question regarding, why are we just questioning the name? Why aren't we questioning the vote of the imagery? Did I interpret that question correctly?
Yeah, that's a fair interpretation. It's just, whatever we think of our process before, it was the same process that led us to each vote.
Correct. Okay, well, I mean, to start off, I think there's been no intent by anybody, any current student, any alumni, to think that the Raider name or the imagery, it was I don't think there was bad intent in enjoying being a part of that culture. If you're talking about the imagery, and referencing the NCAI statement on sports mascots, Indian mascots and stereotypes presenting a misleading image of Indian people and feed the historic myths that have been used to whitewash a history of oppression. The arrow, the feathers, the tomahawk, they are directly correlating to Native American imagery. And it uses it in an athletic setting that the NCAI and other organizations deem as not respecting their culture. So they have initiated this whole campaign to try and encourage schools and professional sports teams to change that. The Raider name is not one of the names identified as their top target list for Native American correlation. It's more like the Indians, the Cherokees, the R-skins, and other names like that are directly correlated to Native Americans. And as I mentioned before, Raider is not directly defined as having any correlation. It's only deemed a correlation because we've had that imagery, and we haven't had something to replace it, like other schools. And this motion isn't to bring back the name, it's to allow the name to be an option for consideration. Does that answer your question, Bradley?
I think, yeah, and there are no perfect, complete answers to any of this.
Sure.
It just occurred to me that what brought us here was the same path in August and September for both votes. So it is something I was puzzling over. So that that is a helpful answer.
And Mr. Moore, I would just chime in too that I think it speaks to our students and it speaks to our community that I'll just give an example. When our students who chose to do the walkout, I was very impressed to find out afterwards that they said, make sure you don't have any Indian imagery on. So I think that it speaks to our community and the understanding of where we are in this time with the imagery. And some of that has been lost in newspaper articles. I get frustrated when I read newspaper articles that suggest, people in Radnor are trying to bring back, or students are bringing back the Indian imagery. And that is not what I hear from our students. That's not what I'm hearing from alumni and community members. So I think it speaks to our community that there have, on that issue of the Indian imagery, that they feel it needs to be retired and that they have separated that.
Another question about this, about what we're doing for our students involves a discussion, and I think the members of GRC will remember this from that same November GRCC meeting. We had heard all of that public comment, and it was very centered among the students, and a lot of the public comment we've heard more recently between January and May had a lot more adults involved. But that was something that I really noted and observed about that October regular business meeting, commenting on our September vote. And I think we started talking about something in that meeting and we haven't really answered satisfactorily. This is probably more about our board procedures, or as much about our board procedures as this particular motion. But if this motion were to pass, we would again have a situation where, a lot of people have submitted public comment, and then we've made a decision. We've heard more public comment, but the process is also, similar to what we did in August and September. And I think the adults know that are more accustomed to using that as their forum. But if you're a student and you bother to write the school board about something you care about, whether it's about this issue or something not, how do we make sure that students are heard? And whatever decision we make tonight, we want to make sure students are heard, but there are going to be students who aren't getting what they want. The advocates for us sticking to our vote to retire the Raider will not be getting what they want if we accept this motion. If we deny this motion, the students who are advocating for Raider being an option will not get what they want. How do we let a student know that that we've listened? Because I hear that a lot. I hear that a lot in the community. The board isn't listening to the students. Whatever our decision is, one way or the other, how do we make sure that they know that, other than saying it right now? But there's a few hundred people watching. How do we answer that?
Well, one of the things, and that's something that I think that falls on the collaboration of the administration, that when we have students, especially when it comes to our students, but I would say our public in general, but especially with our students, whatever the issue is, I've made a note about making sure somebody follows up, with Mark McKeon, who spoke today, but wrote in a comment about attendance at games. And Mark, if you're watching, I know you've emailed me as well, and I haven't had a chance to get back to you. So we need to be responsive to our kids, our students, and our community. And one of the ways we do that is when they do submit things to us, that whether it's the board or the administration on behalf of the board, we reach out and we talk to them. We set up opportunities for them to meet. Sometimes that extension is through me. Sometimes that extension is through the building principal. If it's an issue at the middle school or the elementary level, it can be something that the principal can then gather the students and meet with them and talk to them and make sure the students are being heard. And I think we always just have to continue to be purposeful that when we have issues that are involving our students, that there is follow-up, whether it's through a building principal or administrator or somebody through the district office, that we follow up with the students.
And one other question about the students, and I want to thank you, Dr. Batchelor, for what you said at the commencement of the first part of this meeting before we recessed about the level of discourse and avoiding name calling, just because you're advocating for reimagining the Raider name around new imagery, doesn't make you a racist. But we are a public body that deliberates in public, and we receive public comment. We're required to receive public comment, and that's the right way to do things. We need to hear from the public before we take action. How do we, what are the guardrails? How do we balance making this public body a safe place and a welcoming place for discourse, where anyone can come and exercise their First Amendment rights and advocate for what they believe in, but also maintain a level of civility and the ability to get our discourse done. So, maybe that's an hour-long lecture to answer that question. But what are the key, what are the highlights? What is our ability to constrain free speech in the interest of safety or civility, or do we have no such limits? What are the possibilities so that someone who comes to these meetings knows that they'll be able to speak freely and speak for the heart what they believe in, but also that people in our community will not feel attacked by the discourse that occurs.
Yeah, and how do we deal with it? We deal with it by discussions like this. We deal with it with age appropriate discussions. I think we've probably created, there are many times that I wish I was back in the classroom for many reasons, but I miss when, especially there are issues that are controversial. I miss that opportunity with high school students to be in a classroom debating a topic, discussing that. And I think that our board meetings and what has happened has provided. And I've seen actually some of a parent sent me actually, which I thought was really incredible, something one of our high school teachers wrote to the student after a dialogue they had about this topic in the high school social studies class, and how the teacher was able to say, to the student, I don't agree with your opinion on this. However, I got to tell you, I admire how you argued for this in class today, and you really did it well. And we are, freedom of speech, and people have that, and we don't necessarily agree with what people say sometimes. but I'll tell you that we will fight for people to have that freedom to say what it is they want to say and have their opinions. That being said, what are the limits that you were asking specifically when it comes to a school board? We do have board policy that does dictate public comment. And when it becomes personal attacks, when people start personally attacking an individual, we will step in. It is difficult for us to step in when somebody is sharing their opinion. When somebody is sharing their opinion, and as much as that opinion we may individually disagree with, but people have a right to their opinion. But when that opinion, they decide they're going to personally attack somebody within the school or personally attack them, then we do have the ability to step in. And that's why we have our solicitor with us at our meetings. He is always just a quick mic turn on to, pardon the pun, but Mike Christofko there is to turn on his mic, and he will step in when people violate that board policy. But it is difficult for all of us to, and depending where you stand on things, to hear things we don't agree with, and to have people come to public comment. And I will share with you too, as superintendent, there is personal attacks, and there's also the opinion that, I think, Dr. Batchelor is doing a bad job. That's not necessarily a personal attack if somebody comes and says that. That's their opinion. And, I have to be able to deal with that. I think sometimes we all hear things that's hard to hear. And that's part of our, freedom of speech that we have. But at the same time, I think we can set a tone for what we expect in Radnor. And I really appreciated the responses from my message last week, the responses from people when I send out an email and it goes out to, over 3,000, people, I get a lot of responses back. And but overwhelming, those responses were people appreciated that we are one Radnor. And we do disagree on this, but we want to do it with a civil discourse, and we need to reset. And I was very pleased to see where so many were. And I think what has happened too, just if I'm on my soapbox, I'm sorry, but I think what has happened through
Yes, it's my fault.
I know, and I get going, I apologize. But I think through COVID, what has happened also is it's really easy to write an email and say things, and then when you meet with the person one-on-one, you regret it, or you didn't really mean it of that nature. You didn't have the conversation. Maybe there's also something, this distance of not being face-to-face. Not to say that we didn't get asked tough questions or have difficult meetings when we're back in person, and those things happen. But at the same time, we've also lost a little bit through COVID of our ability to have, some dialogue that I think will help us as a community moving forward, to reset about what is needed and what is expected about our discourse. And it's something I think we just have to keep at. I don't know that there's something we can just fix. We're a school district, and we're dealing with kids, and there's nothing that will get people more passionate than talking about their children. We will always have topics that will generate a great deal of passion.
I have another question about that passion. We saw that passion emerge in the in the renaming committee when people were upset about the board vote from September. Some who wanted to move forward, some who didn't want to move forward. And one of my fears about that committee was if folks showed up in the committee and didn't necessarily understand or have the expectation that the Raider name would not be an option, how would they feel about that? And would there be a negative reaction if, as the committee continued, Raider wasn't put back on as an option for renaming? I think some of those fears were potentially realized by that. And so I was most worried, I worry about everyone. I worry about the adults in our community, but I'm always worried most about our students, and especially for a student who would show up for something, expecting one thing, and then having something else happen. That's, we're all I wasn't on the committee, and we all do our best, but we on the school board are all accountable for that ultimately. It's we have to set the tone and empower the people who work for the district to have the best, most successful process going forward for students. And if that's something that wasn't happening, that's hard to hear. One idea behind this motion, from what I think I heard, and I forget which board member brought this up, was the idea that this just makes the rater name an option, but there's still the board approval at the end of the process. There's still a chance, the board will still have the opportunity to vote at the end of the process. And how does that concern with how we saw the rebranding committee go, without any, judgment or blame about how it went how it went, and people feeling like there was an opportunity for something maybe to go their way and then it didn't go their way. What does it look like if we pass this motion and the name is back as an option, and then there's this additional process that happens at the conclusion of that process, if it's still the board vote is required and it doesn't go the way people want one way or the other, have we set ourselves up for something similar?
Yeah, I mean, we're accountable, right? I mean, I believe this is a question for maybe Ms. Stern or for Mr. Christofko. I believe we would have to literally retake a vote or have another vote on just playing this out with the rater name, because we voted to retire it. So I don't know literally how it would come to be. But I think what we were hoping, I can only speak for myself, is that if it went through this iterative process with credible consultation and deliberation, that the board might feel inclined, should it come forward, there'd be maybe engender more confidence that we have truly, and to the community, made a clean break with the association with the Native American imagery. That's how I would foresee this if it were to work out in a satisfactory manner.
Yeah, and that's very helpful. And I think that's a big part of, if this were approved, what could go well about it. I guess a related way to put it is, if, I'll just put this in terms of a hypothetical board member. If a hypothetical board member has a very high bar for the rater name rebranded eventually being the identity for the school, and has serious reservations, should those reservations come out tonight, or in the spirit of, let's give this, we shouldn't set ourselves up on a path where at the end of the process, we had a lot more process, but ultimately it wasn't enough. Rater name will not be approved, or should the board member, hold back? What is the right way for a board member to think of this? And so, I don't know the answer to that. I'm truly struggling with that. Is now the time to hash it out, or is it, if this motion's approved, see how it goes? But then if at the end of the process it's not successful, is that taking something away that was implicitly promised to the community and the student body? Because that's a bad feeling, to be told that a student was thinking something, we had one expectation about a process, and then that expectation isn't what they perceived or encountered.
Mr. Moore, could I ask you a question? Could I piggyback on that question slightly differently, if you don't mind? So if the way I heard your question, what I hear you asking is, if the rater name is allowed as an option for consideration, and then if that were to happen tonight, and then if it were to make its way through the vetting process by the students, and then be one of the two final names, if that's how I recall the motion is written, then there's really only one of two options. It's either going to be selected as a name by the student body, and then it would need to be up for approval by this board, or not selected as a name, and then the other name would be up for approval by this board. And so what I think I hear you asking is, if it were to go make its way all through that process and at the end not get approved by the board, is that what we should hash out tonight? Is that what your question
Yeah,
is?
that's the question, right? Otherwise, I mean, there's a board vote at the end of the process. What's the point of that board vote? What role does it play in the process? Should it be part of the process? If it must be part of the process, how should we think about our role as board members? If we're required to take a vote at the end of the process, how much do we need to hash out what that looks like tonight versus waiting until the end of the process?
I have some questions and comments, but I don't want to, if somebody else wants to go, that's fine.
I don't know if you were directing that question to the board members who brought forth the motion, Mr. Moore.
I
was.
have something
I'm sorry.
to add. I mean, I think it goes back to Jeff in answering your question previously. I think that I think there's an understanding that there has to be a dialogue that takes place. And in an ideal world, it should have taken place before a vote. And we feel that that process, by allowing this motion to pass, that process can finally happen. So is there a chance that the name can move forward and we would be taking a vote at the end of June or July, depending on when it is? Yes, that's probably yes, to answer your question. That could happen. Will the students or others involved in the process have learned from each other? I think the goal is, we hope that they will. And whatever is learned, we don't know what the outcome is going to be. We've heard from a lot of voices, we've heard a lot of public comment, but for this to be genuine, we would need to have it be a part of consideration, be considered as an option, which is why we propose this motion. So there is a risk there that the board would take another vote, but I think we'll learn a lot, not just the students, but I think we as a board will learn a lot. And, as a business person, anyone who presents a recommendation, you need to have a case. You need to build your case. You need to have a transition plan. If it is rate or name, like, how is this going to transition? How can you assure this board that this can succeed? And I think that should all be a part of it if it gets that far.
Yeah, so this is my last question, and I'll ask it a different way. I promised myself I'd take fewer times with questions tonight than I did July 28th when I took 50 minutes with questions. So why not craft this motion as do the work first, and then if the work is successful, the rate or name can be an option for the student vote. So there's a lot of interesting ideas in this motion. Why not pass a motion that puts forth all of those ideas, sets up additional process for dialogue, and then at the conclusion of that, we decide if it can go on the board or not. Do the work first. Why isn't that what was brought before us tonight? Instead of the rate or name is an option, and then here's some additional process that happens after we've made it an option again.
Can you elaborate on what you mean exactly by do the work first?
The proposal for consultation, I can get out the motion. Just some of the particular things in the motion about steps that are happening. My papers are all over the place. So consultation with the National Congress, empower students to evaluate names of the guiding principles, provide information and promote dialogue at different perspectives, educational component, opportunities for greater awareness of history and struggles of Native Americans, and plus just some other ideas that we've heard a little bit in the colloquy about, like, what are the, when Mr. Jabalier got to this, things that maybe we wish we had done before, that we haven't done yet about, students talking to students, assemblies, whatever it is in your social studies class. Why not do all of that first? Essentially, why not have the motion, except for the first sentence of the motion? You do all of, A through D, that's the motion that passes. And then after all that work is done, the board could come back and decide whether, if that work was successful, the rate or name could be an option for the rebranding process. So it's a question about sequence. And there's some substance behind the question, but I genuinely want to hear your views about, why you would, have it sequenced this way, as opposed to, another way.
I don't want to speak for Jeff or Liz, but I think the rationale behind it is that in order for the dialogue to occur, you have to have a discussion on the rate or name as a potential name that moves forward.
I appreciate this question, Mr. Moore, very much, because I think we're closer than I hope than we think. I guess it's perhaps all in the words themselves, the language of what you're considering and how that could be crafted if it was a different motion or an amended motion, because it has to be discussed. And to me, what I feel like you're expressing is show me. Show me, don't just tell me. And so I'm intrigued. I don't know that they're that different. Maybe it's just a matter of, like you said, it's a cadence and a sequence. But if we're going to go through this, I'm thinking of the NCAI involvement, engagement between students in different mediums. Just looking at the motion, education, I think that's important anyway. I think we'd all agree on that, I hope. But I feel like we have to have an open discussion that students can't feel constricted, that this is not a possibility. They're almost like, not that it's a threat, no way, shape, or form, but a test. If you pass the test, we'll think about reconsidering it. Maybe it's just a matter of, I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm sort of blabbering, but
I guess what's behind the question is we heard eloquently from many people who advocated for retiring the name, not just the energy, and some of those people articulated how they believe the name was harmful to them because of how they were. We heard that. We can't unhear that. There are many who have said the opposite, that isn't the answer. But if that's the case, if that's the, for those who have articulated that to us, why isn't it a safer approach to do this work of dialogue and reconciliation first, and then decide whether the name goes back on the table? That's another way to put the question. And I think you've already answered it, Mr. Jubilee.
Well, and it may be in the matter of getting down to the nitty gritty, which is, does that mean literally you pause? There's mechanics associated. The action that comes out of your suggestion is, what is it literally? Which is, the administrative, like, what are they going to do? And so it's let others share their perspectives.
And I think the question implies a pause because how could you do the work first,
right,
and have a new identity by June?
Right, that'd be impressive.
Yeah. So, and I promise that was my last question. I will think and listen for a while now. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else like to speak now?
Can I just say one thing to Mr. Moore's comments? I hear you when you say, what do we do about the people who said they were hurt and by the name, and they felt embarrassed? And, that was part of my comments. It's like, we've heard that, but without the dialogue, we don't know what could make them feel better. Like, would all these other elements, would knowing that the NCAI could potentially support it and would be part of it, and that there was a robust educational component with it. That's why we put the parameters on it, because we couldn't look at it in a vacuum. And we don't know because we haven't had that discussion. And I agree totally. Like, I think it's intriguing. You know, we've discussed this at different points. Like, you know, could you do that first? We just didn't do it, and we didn't do it for months. So I guess why this particular motion in place, maybe being practical, maybe trying to keep the process moving forward and saying we were trying to do something this year. You know, we were trying not to take a pause, kind of like we're in it. You know, what can we do now? But you know, as much as we don't know, you know, I will say that, you know, I didn't put this on the table lightly. Like, I didn't just say, oh, I don't care about all the people that have spoken up and said they wanted change. I mean, I lost sleep over that part, you know, but I also know that every single person that I talked to about it, every single time that I reached out to someone who was advocating for change, because I did in the last several days, and I talked to them, I was astounded by their openness to recognize that they totally empathized with the frustration of people who thought, hey, we could do this. They totally recognized that they felt that they were unheard and how frustrating that would be. So I'm just giving, you know, and these were students and some community members, and I'm just giving a lot of, I just have faith in the kids. I do think that they can have this discussion, and I do think that they can put forward, you know, why, and listen. And, you know, you can't make everyone happy, but I think you could certainly be in a much better place than we are now without dialogue. So, you know, that's why I keep saying you can't look at this just like all of a sudden we're reversing and permitting. No, we're having a discussion to find out what's possible. And you have to look at all the other components, because the people didn't believe we could, you know, there are people who don't believe we can do it. And what kind of program could we put together? What kind of solutions could we create together to prove that we could do it? If that's what they want, you know, maybe they'll say, hey, like, no, we'd rather have change. We'd rather be something new. You know, this is actually better. You know, I mean, yes, we had a number of people walk out, but we also had a number of students who didn't walk out. Maybe some of it was for indifference. Maybe it was because they really want to change. There's a number of different points of view, but without a dialogue, we don't even know what's possible. So.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Lydia, Andrew, Amy, Sarah, we haven't heard from any of you tonight.
I think Amy was next.
Oh, Amy, go ahead.
So I'm Sarah, if you want to go, it's fine. I just had a question and then some comments, but in terms of this motion, the way I'm reading it, it says identify next steps in the process that empowers students to evaluate names under the guiding principles, with the goal of selecting 2 options for a final student body vote. That was a role that was originally supposed to be played by the existing committee. Is that something that you believe should happen regardless of whether or not Rater is an option for consideration in the mascot selection and rebranding process?
I personally feel that it should be a new committee, that our current committee should be disbanded, that it should be a committee of students led by administrative liaisons. I do feel that that the process would be that this new representative group would evaluate names and come up with 2. That's how I envision this. But I'll let Nancy and Liz, if you have different thoughts or extrapolate.
No, I think there should be a more student-centric committee. In regard to the existing committee, I think that there have been learnings from that committee, and I think that it warrants continuing in some capacity with that committee. in the process. And, I think we would rely on the administration to determine kind of what those next steps are if we do get a student committee, and then with the existing committee, because there are valuable voices on that committee. And I personally wouldn't say disband them necessarily, but I think that they've done a lot of work thus far. And, I think understanding whatever tonight's vote is, the seriousness of our next steps is going to be important for everyone to get behind. So those are my thoughts.
I would agree with Nancy. I think that we need to be more student centric, whether it's committee. I would look to the administration for ideas. We at one point, as many of you know, had a much more detailed motion, and we're trying to like push back and say, let's figure out what those details are. Like we can write the blueprint for moving forward with the guidelines that it's more student centric. I would agree with Nancy that, Mrs. Monahan, that there's a lot of people who put time in on these committees in good faith, and there was some good work. I know Dr. Batchelor said, there's some good work that has been done in the committee. So I think maybe convening to identify key learnings and key takeaways so that we make sure that we share that information as we move to a more student-centric approach, but that we talk about the discussions. I don't think the time was all wasted by any means. So I would never want to just disband it and not take into consideration the good work that was done.
Yeah, I apologize. Sorry, Ms. Goldman, before your next question, I certainly didn't mean to intimate that the work was worthless or anything of that nature. It should be disbanded without learnings. I agree, and I apologize if my comments came off as not being grateful, and not that some of the committee members, and again, more student-centric, would also be the students who are involved in the next committee.
No judgment at all. It was simply a clarification of what's written there, because I do think that maybe it's just me, but I didn't think it was entirely clear. And the other thing that I don't think is entirely clear is this statement about when you talk about establishing a student committee and have all of these other parameters there that go along with that, is that just for this select committee, or how does the rest of the student body, regardless of what span of students that is, have a chance to participate in what you are proposing?
Can I just make a clarification? Isn't the current motion does not talk about establishing a current student committee, correct?
No, it doesn't. That's why but what it does say.
To say that we purposely said, okay, let's leave it to the administration to decide. Is that committee work? Is that brown bag lunches? Is that discussions that happen in homeroom? We really leave it to the administration to figure out how do we move forward, knowing that we want to just make the focus on the students and encourage the dialogue there. So,
I hear what you're saying, but if there's a motion on the floor that needs to be voted on, then there's some parts of any motion that comes before us that may need some clarification to inform any potential vote. And for me, those were two questions, which is, it looks like it's moving solely to and I have my own opinions on this, and I'm not trying to put them into the mix, but I'm just trying to clarify what this motion is saying. And is it move everything to students, and is it moving to a subgroup of students to do the rest of the work, or is it going to allow for all students to do the work? It was a two-part question in terms of how this motion is written. That was not clear to me. And I think, Susan, you wanted to weigh in before, it sounds like.
Yeah, I did want to weigh in, because I just want to kind of get us back a little bit on track here. This was a motion that was put forth by, Nancy, Jeff, and Liz. They requested the meeting, but this is for the board to decide. This isn't, Nancy, Jeff, and Liz get to say how the whole process is going to be, and we're just asking questions. And what do they think? I mean, we are going to have to look at this motion, consider it. So I appreciate the questions, but kind of the more we go down a rabbit hole of any one individual board member explaining their vision of this motion, the good, the bad, the pros and cons of it, kind of gives the impression that 3 board members are going to, are dictating the process. It's going to be up for they've put forth a motion for consideration. We're going to have to vote on that motion. We still have board members who have not even yet had a chance to speak yet. So, I want to make sure that those who want to either would like to make comment, have an opportunity. And then we're going to have to kind of start to talk about the motion itself. I mean, I have thoughts and questions on a whole host of things here. I'm trying to make sure I, let the rest of you speak first, but I'm trying to just get us back on track of the process here is not, that 3 board members get to say what the process is or is not. But I do appreciate, Ms. Goldman, you were asking clarifying questions. So
Yes, and thank
about
you
the motion as it was written.
Right. And thank you, because I do think it's all the contributions tonight are important. I do have some thoughts to share, but I don't want to, if there's somebody else who has something they wanted to say before I get to that, I'm in no hurry. So.
Sure. Ms. Dunn.
So I have been through in my lifetime 2 branding processes. My high school, I went to Shipley. We did not have a mascot until I want to say I was in 8th or 9th grade. I confess I did not go back and look up the years. And we decided, the school decided we needed a mascot. And there were names and the students got to pick, and it was campaigning, and it was really, really exciting. I actually remember really feeling proud of I'm still proud. I don't go to Shipley anymore. My kids don't go to Shipley, but I'm still really proud that I got to help pick the Gator as the name. That is something I will always own, no matter what else happens to that school. If they ever change their mascot, I got to be part of a student movement to pick that mascot. And it was really empowering. I went to Amherst College. We were the Lord Jeffs. We were pretty cynical about it when I was there. He was not somebody you want to aspire to. He was not a good person. And we just made fun of him when I was there. Generations before me were very proud to be Lord Jeffs. I was proud to be an Amherst student and by extension, a Lord Jeff. And for my last college reunion, it was actually that year, they picked a new mascot. We picked a new mascot as a community. And there were certainly the other people who said, this is kind of ridiculous. Nobody takes it seriously. Like, who cares? Don't get rid of a mascot. Don't throw out 200 years of Amherst history because we have some uncomfortable students on campus. They need to learn to get over it. They applied. They knew what the mascot was. They knew what they were getting. They knew what this college's history was. And if they didn't like it, they shouldn't have come here. And that really hurt me because I realized I don't want to tell people they don't belong because of a mascot. And I felt bad for the alums who were really hurt by it. And it was a tough year as a reunion. The gatherings, there were people who wore Lord Jeff forever. There were people who openly threatened in public meetings they were never going to give money again to this college, and probably people with the means to make that a real threat. And it was sad, and it really hurt me to watch that and watch them go through that pain. Not because I thought they were right, because ultimately what I came to see was, look, I'm always going to be an Amherst graduate. Nobody takes that away from me. Nobody touches that a part of my identity. You can burn my college graduation paperwork. You can burn every paper I ever wrote, but you can't take away the work I did and who I am as a result of that education. So now I'm a mammoth. I'm a purple mammoth. And you know what? I don't walk around thinking of myself as a purple mammoth, but I'm still proud to be an Amherst alum. So I see both sides of this. I really, really do. I'm really sad about how this community has reacted to this. And I'm sad about both sides. Let anybody tell you otherwise. Please don't. I have corrected people when they call people who defend the Raider name. They have called them racists. They have called them Nazis to my face. And I have said, please don't say that. Please don't say that. You don't know these people to really, use that word, and it's lazy. It is. But you know what? I have also received really, really nasty emails calling anyone who supports the name change completely vile in all caps. You all got that email. You know who I'm talking about. And I have been told I don't care about children because I would take this vote. I have been told I don't do all the other work of the board because I'm wasting time on this mascot issue that I should have left alone. I've been told I don't listen and that I don't care, that I'm corrupt. And that's bullying on both sides. And what I want to say to the board members who are thinking about putting this on the backs of our children who have valiantly made it through a global pandemic, nothing any of us ever had to do as high school students. Those children have gone through school in a pandemic. They have done it remotely, they have done it hybrid, they have done it in person with masks on. And they have done it because they don't really have a choice, right? We tell them they've got to go to school. That's not an option. Now we're going to tell them, you need to solve the problems of a community of adults that can't agree. A very, very articulate, well-reasoned group of students came to us last summer. They called us all, they asked us about this. They said, would you consider it? We had it up. We had over 4 hours. I went back and looked. It was over 140 board comments. And pretty much the main two options were get rid of all of it, keep all of it, none of it's offensive. And there were some few voices that said, you know what, we could probably rebrand the name. And Mrs. Monahan was one of them. But most people, if you remember back then, did not say that we could rebrand it because they thought it was offensive. We would even consider changing it. So what I want to ask you, when you talk about this being a chance for community conversation, that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about pushing this community conversation, which has been to date pretty nasty, into our schools. We are asking students who are about to take AP tests next week, who are looking down the barrel of the end of the school year, we are asking them to make a decision and have a conversation that we have as adults, not me personally, I think I've been pretty rational, but that the adults in this community can't have with a nice tone. So now I want to ask every board member to pause and think about which email you got, which board comment you listened to that made your stomach sick. The ones you got that you couldn't eat lunch that day because you made the mistake of reading your email. The social media post you saw that questioned whether your children were somehow involved in this, whether people should show up at your homes. I want you to think about that and ask yourself if it's fair to put that on the children. Because I agree with Mr. Batchelor, I believe in our teachers and I believe those classroom conversations will be well moderated, they will be well thought out, and they will be respectful. Because I believe our teachers and our students will demand that in a setting like that. But I'm sorry, I just am not convinced that the social media posts will be as respectful on either side, but they've been pretty nasty. I'm not convinced there won't be emails. I'm not convinced there won't be, I'll call it lobbying, but I don't think that's what we'd call it. I think we'd call it bullying because I think that's what has been happening this year. And I want to ask you why you would wish that on our children. I think this is a decision the board has to make. And it's not a comfortable, we've made a lot of uncomfortable decisions this year. We've had heated discussions about why, when we don't have medical degrees, we have to decide whether COVID is dangerous and whether kids can be 3 feet spaced or has to be 6 feet. Can they even be in the building? This board is capable of making very, very difficult decisions. And I just feel it's really wrong. Dr. Goldstein called in last week. Maybe she called in, maybe she wrote in, but she's a child psychologist. And she said to us, you're the adults. You need to make this decision. I think there are excellent parts of this resolution. I do think our community could use conflict resolution, and I think it wouldn't hurt to be in this classroom. I do think, steps A and B are great ideas. I think we've already agreed on D1, tasking the administration to include an educational component in the Spirit Gallery. We talked about that last October. We've already voted on that. We spent extra money. For anybody who's wondering, we spent extra money for a Spirit Gallery that was specifically supposed to honor our history. I never object to greater awareness and greater education. I have trouble asking children to do what we as adults are having trouble doing ourselves. And I think we owe it to them to give them options that they can be proud of. And while I'm on it, I love the raptor name. It's a bird of prey for people who don't know, because I've heard some people are confused about that one. I think it would be a great overarching mascot, and then each elementary school can pick a bird of prey that they want to be theirs. That's my pitch.
Thank you, Ms. Dunnis. Dr. Babson, were you leaning in before to speak? Okay. Ms. Solomon, Ms. Goldman?
Sure, I'll go ahead and offer my thoughts. And I'm going to take this in a slightly different direction to Ms. Dunn, only because this is how I'm, sort of conceptualizing the issue. So first of all, I want to acknowledge, it's important to me to say that I have listened to the people who took the time to reach out to us, and there have been hundreds. And I'm only speaking for myself. I have listened and I have heard you. However, that doesn't mean that I necessarily agree with you. Those are really two different things. I am going to state the obvious. There are strong feelings on all sides of this issue. And for me, I really can understand. I'm going to repeat, I understand this issue from all sides. I really do. I can see the different arguments. And I think that the values that are expressed, and I think that these are core values that we've touched on that have made this such a heated conversation. I think that these are all valid core values that people hold. So to me, the people who wish to keep the Raider name, I think that they're expressing the value of pride. We hear that a lot. A nod to history and tradition. For many of them, I also think it represents achievement, accomplishment, victory, but also a work ethic, determination, self-determination. Okay, so these are all wonderful values. Nobody is taking that away from anybody. I sense in this that there's a fear that somehow taking a name away takes away those things. So I really want to stress that changing this in no way changes someone's history or experience of pride that they had on the sports field or in their school or a past achievement. And I also want to stress, this has come up before too, about the cost. And Dr. Batchelor has said, and I believe he said 80% of the cost is going to be borne either way, because it is to get rid of the Native American imagery. So the cost of this, and I'm not saying it's not relevant, of course it's relevant, but it's going to be borne either way. All right, so let's get back to the core values of the people who want to remove the name and the imagery, that want both to happen. And they are also expressing precious core values. And what I hear from them, I hear inclusivity. I hear kindness. I hear a desire to be in the world and not offend people. And I hear a remarkable social awareness that, I'm not sure most of us had as teenagers. And I'm speaking to the to the students who, originally brought forth a survey, and what amazing self-awareness they had. Okay, so these are also wonderful values that we all want our students to have. All right, so I'm framing this. So I also want to say at this point to my colleagues that brought forth this proposal or this motion, I really commend you, because it is in my nature to want to seek compromise as well. And so I appreciate that. And so I think it is through compromise that we move forward. And I also really want to highlight the idea of positive communication between the groups. It's important to me that there is true understanding between the different groups on what the other one is saying, because they are all valid positions, really. So a real understanding of what this issue is about, though, with regard to marginalized minority students is critical to me, because I think at the end of the day, it's our job to make sure no one is harmed. And we have been informed that marginalized minority students are harmed by this Native American imagery. So that's also a factor to put out there. All right, so at this point, and lots of thought, serious thought on the part of this board, I'm going to draw on my experience on this board from the past. All right, so I was on this board in 2013 when this issue came before the board. My recollection was that it was brought up through the curriculum committee, which I was a member of. And then it went from there to the full board. Now, in my mind, what occurred back then was that we tried to broker a compromise position. And Ms. Malnahan is right. It did not come up as a vote. It was a conversation. Now, interestingly enough, the various positions on both sides of the argument haven't really changed that much in 8 years. But from my observation, one thing that has definitely changed is the student awareness around this issue, and that more students came to us this time than last time to ask us to please change both the name and the mascot. That was very different to me. I also think it's important to note that Radnor right now is different than it was 8 years ago. And I think nationally, the culture has changed a lot in the last 8 years. And it is certainly a different Radnor than in 1970. You know, we've received a lot of letters from alumni from long ago. And it's just a fact that Radnor is a different community now than in 1970. And that is not to say, though, that in any way we want to erase the things that made Radnor great. I almost want to say, if people that take pride in the Raider could think of it, that the people who want everyone included in it, who want to change the imagery and the name, in a sense are actually paying you the highest compliment, because they're saying Radnor is such an incredible place that they want to be sure that everyone who's here now feels included in it, that it's so valuable to them that they want it to be fully inclusive, that everyone feels a part of it, that everyone feels that they can identify with that. All right, so back to what in my understanding occurred or transpired back in 2013. It was a conversation. We were going to remove, quote, negative American imagery from the Radnor schools. That was the discussion and the goal. All right, and again, my understanding, and there were conversations that included this, that the Indian head would be removed from the high school, that the students dressed up as Indians would not be a part of football games any longer, that the Indian chop cheer was not going to be a part of our tradition, and that the Indian head with the feathers would be removed from school uniforms and, other items, sports apparel or whatever. We were still going to be the Raiders, but with no negative reference to American Indians. All right, well, it's clear that that is not what happened, okay? Some of those things happened. The student dressed as an Indian the caricature did not occur on the fields, but the other things that I mentioned didn't change. There were discussions that people proposed them, that, oh yes, that should change, but it didn't happen. Now, it's no one's fault that it didn't happen. It didn't happen because there wasn't sufficient understanding, I believe, on why it should happen. That people fell back into the old ways because maybe they never even heard about the conversation, or they didn't agree with it, or they didn't understand maybe. Okay, so that was then. I've already said it's different now, 8 years later. All right. So to me, though, this motion is really trying the same compromise that we tried before. Now, I can't predict the future. Like, I don't know if the Raider would be voted on. I just feel a bit like what Mr. Moore said. I kind of think I want to know that there's understanding on why some people feel the name should change. But I also want the people that want the name to change to understand the legacy and the tradition of Radnor that people it seems fearful is going to be lost in this. And so I want to know there's more education and discussion around this for me before I'm willing to try what I tried in the past. Like I feel like I tried the compromise position and it didn't work then. So here's a little bit of foreshadowing. I don't know what's going to happen tonight, but if this motion doesn't pass, I am considering making a motion to basically halt this thing right where we are. So we would not be the Raiders. We've already voted on that. We would not continue with rebranding because we seem stuck. And I personally am distraught by putting this in the high school. I want students in the high school right now to come out of the pandemic, to enjoy their last few months of school. And so there's just too many more important things right now. And not to say for those that really care about the Raider that it's not important. I think what the Raider symbolizes to you is important. I don't really think adults fighting about a high school mascot is the right way to conduct our community. So what I would propose, and I don't know what'll happen, but if this motion doesn't pass, I would propose a motion where we just halt the whole thing. So we're not the Raiders, we're not the Raptors, we're not the Roosters, we are just Radnor for a year. And then once tempers have cooled and people are, we've come through a trauma, we've come through a pandemic. Once we're all back, to normal in our game or whatever normal might be for people, then we pick it up again. And that's not to say that we would put the Raider back on or that we wouldn't. I would just propose that we halt. I guess I'm hearkening back to Patty Lee's comment, or one aspect of it, which is just, this has become too heated and I don't think it's healthy. And I definitely agree with Ms. Dunn. I do not want to put this hot potato back on our students at the end of the year. Like, oh, we can't, this community can't respectfully talk to each other. So let's put it back in the high school. I don't agree with that either. So I'm again all for trying to find a compromise, trying to encompass as many of the good things that people are expressing. But I think most importantly, what's always guided me on school board, is trying to do what's best for students. And I just don't think it's best for students to put this back on them. So that's not to say, what could happen in the future. I think I would just like to say, let's just halt this for now. That's foreshadowing of what may happen. I don't know where everybody is on this. So those are my thoughts at the moment.
Thank you, Ms. Solomon.
So may I? Okay.
Jump in?
Yeah, let me just share a few remarks that I've been thinking about. I had quite a few, and I think we all expressed ourselves pretty thoughtfully back on September 2nd, but given that it's been quite some time since then and we've had more information to consider and time to reflect, I wanted to take a chance to share some of those thoughts again. Starting last spring, our board faced situations that were not part of any of the school board trainings I had taken as a candidate or have had over the past 6 years I've been on this board. And as I said earlier tonight, education was likely among the most disrupted of American institutions by the pandemic. And under the guidance of a tremendously dedicated administrative team, I'm sorry, a baby picture just came through, and supported.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh,
Sorry.
no.
And under the guidance of forgive me if I'm stuttering at the moment, and under the guidance of a tremendously dedicated administrative team and supported by our great faculty, staff, parents, and students, we all tried our very best to navigate the inconceivable while each having to absorb the impact of the pandemic on our own lives too. But there was something else of significance that happened last year, and that was a national reckoning that brought our mascot issue, which we've since learned through documentation has been around in this community for at least 20 years, back to our inboxes. Many American schools, colleges, professional sports organizations, public and private companies, and more, intrinsically and extrinsically, were prompted to engage in similar institutional self-reflection and examination that still is going on as we speak. I've lived in Radnor for almost 20 years and have raised and educated my children in this community and have spent almost every moment of my free time in all kinds of volunteer capacities, big and small, for all of our Radnor schools, including as a member of the Radnor School Board, and I know my colleagues have as well. I believe I am a listener and a learner. And I both listened and learned last summer when students, staff, parents, alumni, and other community members raised the mascot concerns again. There were also people who did not share those concerns, and I've listened to and learned from those perspectives as well. There are people in this community who have a long-standing and deep connection to being a Raider. And that identity is often multi-generational, and I have come to appreciate how embedded that feeling is. It is associated with accomplishments, memories, traditions, and pride, which has been mentioned by several other board members tonight. But what I also learned is that there are many of those who live, work, and learn among us for whom it is not positive and engenders quite negative feelings. Both sets of feelings are authentic to those who hold them, and hundreds of forms of communication in meetings and across other platforms I've heard over the past 8 months illustrates that there is no absolute agreement on this debate. So deciding what to do about the Raider name was an agonizing decision for me, and I think some of my fellow board members have expressed the same. But whether or not the positive or negative feelings are my personal experience doesn't matter. In this role, I feel I have a responsibility and obligation to acknowledge and respond to them. It is really frustrating that some people are characterizing the decision to evolve the mascot into a more inclusive identity as a preset agenda or as a capricious and thoughtless decision. Nothing could be further from the truth. This was one of those decisions that I never anticipated having to make, and literally has kept me up at night, because I know that there are deeply passionate and vastly different views. And I know that no matter what I decided, I was going to let some numbers of people down. But my soul searching reminded me that I have always striven in the volunteer work I have done for Radnor to expand the sense of connection and belonging in our community. It is among my most firmly held values, and it comes from an intensely personal place. And upon learning that the Raider has had, not by intention, but by impact, a marginalizing and painful effect on members of our community, regardless of how many people that is, I could not ignore that. I was also concerned about this remaining as a persistent issue for Radnor when we have so many other things that we need to address. Established in 1959, Loudoun County High School in Virginia removed the Confederate imagery associated with its Radnor nickname in 1980. But this summer, another 40 years later, the controversy returned and the school board unanimously retired the Raider name in June too. I really believe there is so much to appreciate about the great schools we have in this special Radnor community, and remain hopeful that we can evolve together into a more inclusive identity that can be enjoyed throughout the process and the outcome by one and all. And speaking of identity, I wanted to take a moment to talk about that. As I said previously, I have devoted almost all of my free time to volunteer in the Radnor schools. I have come to work with and know many students in this district, and they are kind, they are curious, they are smart, they are hardworking, they are generous, they are creative, they are thoughtful, they are persistent, and they are multifaceted and unique human beings who inspire me each and every day to keep volunteering to support their well-rounded educational experiences. In my view, these are the characteristics that form our children's identities and make each and every one of them the very special students that they are. Just watching and listening on the lawn to the Radnor High School band play a couple of Friday nights ago was another of the many reminders to me of how lucky we are to offer our students so many incredible experiences that define who they are and what they can be. Our children count on all of us as adults to believe in them and inspire their ability to be resilient, to show them that we all have the capacity to cope and recover from whatever disappointments and worse that life will inevitably bring our way. I learned this from Dr. Ken Ginsberg, one of the first speakers we had as part of the Radnor Speaker Series that I was honored to initiate many years ago. These are teachable moments, he said, and our children take their cues from how we as adults conduct ourselves in the face of challenges and respond. I ask the community to help our students have the confidence to know that disappointments are surmountable and will not define them, and that evolving into a more inclusive identity is actually a gift to give their fellow classmates and others to come. Last, I would appreciate everyone remembering that we're not just a school board. Yes, we ran for this volunteer office and absolutely have a responsibility to do our best to serve each and every one of our constituents to the best extent we can. And we're doing that. We've hired a fantastic superintendent. We've delayed our high school start times for the health and well-being of our students. We've put resources behind augmented academic programming we just heard more about today in our curriculum committee meeting, and mental health supports to aid in our recovery from the pandemic, just to name a few recent initiatives, with many more to come. We've also just broken ground on rebuilding almost all of our high school athletics and wellness infrastructure, because we truly value the pride and traditions that our Radnor athletics and other extracurriculars generate for our students and community. That project includes the building of a dedicated spirit gallery to honor our history as we move forward to make Radnor as accessible safe, and inclusive a school district for one and all. But we are also your peers, your friends, your neighbors, customers, parents of our children's friends, and tax-paying Radnor residents, sharing together the same 13 square miles of this township. We will not always see eye to eye, but I truly hope that we can believe in the best in one another and commit ourselves for the sake of our children and community to being civil and respectful to one another, even when we disagree.
Mrs. Goldman, thank you. Dr. Babson, did you want to speak?
Tough act to follow there.
Say follow that.
I know.
Well, good evening, everyone. And first of all, I want to thank 3 members of our board for opening up this conversation a little bit, giving us a chance to discuss things a little bit further. And I think your motion is very well crafted. I would only say, really, that that I agree with it all except for the part under section C where you say if the name Raider is selected by students as an option that moves forward. Everything else I agree verbatim, word for word. You've put forward, as Ms. Dunn said, a lot of excellent ideas here that I think we should be doing regardless. Some things we've already done. There was also talk earlier about inclusivity. And for those of us who could make the groundbreaking last week for our accessibility and wellness project at the high school, that was a theme from everyone involved, that inclusivity is extremely important. When we talk about DEI, we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so I think inclusivity is a key here. So going forward, I've got some points here. I'll try to be brief, but you know, Mr. Moore brought up some issues earlier that I think were questions earlier that were of interest. The original purpose of the rebranding committee, as I understood it, was to choose a new name. In other words, the kind of backsliding into discussions about the Raider were not really intended by that particular committee, because we had already voted very strong votes, 9-0 and 8-1, to move forward in a specific direction. So just a couple of things to recap first. You know, I spent a lot of my youth in the Midwest, in Columbus, Ohio area, also in Ann Arbor. For those of you who are football fans, you're probably wondering, gee, kind of a whiplash there, Columbus to Ann Arbor. But if you've ever been to a Buckeye game or a Wolverines game, Michigan Stadium, Ohio Stadium, you know that sports is more than just sports, that it is a powerful vehicle for belonging. It really is, especially in our country. And so as a former athlete in high school and in college, I really understand this. I really, really do. And for those people who say it's just a mascot silly issue, no. I can see and I really empathize with many of you who have used the word Raider as a resource for belonging. But one other thing, also the timing of this. You know, this has been a year of loss, and some of us have lost a tremendous amount. Lost family members. Some of us have lost routines and little habits of our lives, our daily lives. So all loss is important. I'm not a psychologist, but I'm just putting it out there that I want to empathize with that. But, you know, our students did something really remarkable last year, which is that they spurred us on to revisit an issue that, as Ms. Goldman said, that we've been dealing with for a long time in this community, okay? So to construe this as a kind of woke trend or something like that, or that we're riding the wave of some kind of really newfangled thing is just not true. Advocacy organizations have been really pushing for eliminating mascots and the names for decades. So I just want to really underline that. So it's not a flash in the pan. A reference is made to the National Congress of American Indians, and they were formed in 1944. And so they have been fighting against the use of mascots and Native American names and imagery since then. Also, Emlyn Tennell, our local hero, has been mentioned a few times. He joined the NFL in 1948, which was 2 years after a 13-year ban on allowing African Americans to play in the NFL took hold, and that was led by no less than the founder of the Washington Redskins. So I'm just saying that there is some history here to be kind of unpacking and to just look at the big picture of these issues. So I have spoken, as some of our other board members have spoken with members of the NCAI or staff members there. And I've also spoken with a representative from the Lenni Lenape tribe of Pennsylvania who is actually watching this video tonight. And she has offered to provide our school, our district, with some education about the history of their tribe, etc. But I thought it was poignant that she copied and pasted in our messages the diversity, equity, and inclusion statement from our own website. And I thought that that was significant. It is our job, in my opinion, not the students, to be handling this issue. And a number of board members have said that. I just want to say it. Right. So I also wanted to mention this is point number 6 of 10. So thank you for letting me speak here. But I delved into this approach from the NCAI, National Congress of American Indians, of guiding districts to rebrand a name and what I would call a semantically open name like Warriors or Raiders, i.e. kind of what Nancy, Ms. Monahan was saying earlier, that Raider doesn't necessarily have to be tied in with Native American imagery. And that is true. But I think, okay, I did speak with Jeff and I spoke with Liz about some of the work that NCAI have done in rebranding names. And there was a little bit of excitement there in those conversations. First of all, I really appreciate those conversations because I thought maybe there would be a way for us to forge a compromise that would work. But actually digging deeper further into how NCAI have engaged with communities, I spoke with 2 representatives from NCAI. 2 of them emailed us as a board, and one works for the other. I'm not going to mention them by name because they didn't give me express permission to do so. But one of them is leading the national initiative on helping school districts to rebrand and get rid of mascots and names and imagery. And they both said that while it is possible, it is generally extremely difficult, that they've done this with many districts and that it is generally extremely difficult, and it's a delicate balancing act of rebranding. A good buddy of mine is in global marketing for IBM, and he has said the same thing. He works on rebranding campaigns and sort of is done with saying that it's extremely hard to rebrand a name, especially when these connections have been forged over decades. It's extremely hard. Also, I think what I wanted to do is I wanted to dig back into the emails that we've gotten, the public communications, the meetings. And so doing all that, and then the meeting last week, I really came full circle to what I decided last year. So last year, I understood on a logical level. I'm trained as an anthropologist. My subspecialty is semiotic and linguistic anthropology, which studies images and words and so forth. My research was initially on English language learning among South African youth and also ethnic and tribal identification and the tension a little bit between those things. So in some ways, I'm fairly prepared to talk about this on a theoretical level. And so last September, I was thinking, yeah, it's too difficult to separate semiotically the images and the word. But now I understand it contextually. I think that in this community, the association is too strong, and it has been around for too long. And going back to what Ms. Goldman said, this is not something that has happened overnight. This is an issue that has been going on for many years here. And as Ms. Solomon said, this is something that she directly participated in several years ago on this particular issue. And so a couple of final points here. I got a few more points. You can be a proud Radnorite without referencing the name Raider. I think as many of our school board members have said tonight, there are many qualities of being a person from Radnor, living in Radnor, that you can identify with without referencing the word Raider. And so I think that that is a very important point. And I think it's important for us to think about what unites us in Radnor. And one key thing, many things, but one key thing is that many people move here because of the quality of the schools. Many people move here because of the quality of our schools. And so that is something that really strongly unites many people in Radnor. And I would argue many people that have moved here over the past generation or so, people that have moved here fairly recently. I count myself and my family in that category. We moved here from West Philly because of the quality of the schools here. And so I think that that is something that we can unite around. And I heard Ms. Goldman refer to those qualities in our students. So I really want to, I put down a side note, Sarah. My uncle is a 1965 alumnus of Amherst College. And I asked him about this and he said, yeah, the Lord Jeff, yeah, whatever. In other words, the representative of the NCAI, one of them told me that it is often people that have been around the community for a long time that have the hardest time letting go. And on a human level, how could you not understand that? I totally get that. But it was funny, talking with my uncle. He's like, no, I think I'm good with the purple mammoths. But back to what I'm saying here. So I think moving forward, I think we can choose a new mascot and name that can unite us as a community, that can comprise those values that we want to see in our students and that are mirrored in the community in a name. Now, look, you take the example of the Ohio State Buckeyes or the Michigan Wolverines. And, the qualities of the mascot are not really thought of that much, perhaps, like the quality of a Buckeye or a quality of a Wolverine. So for some people, it's a source of real identification, and for others, it isn't. But I think that in as much as we have a chance now, we can unite around a new mascot and image that is aligned with how we think of ourselves as a community. Now, my vote is for the Griffin for many reasons. It's already part of our local imagery. It embodies qualities that I think are interesting and could be relevant. It's also not specific to one particular geographic region of the world. If it's simple Wikipedia search will show you that the Griffin shows up in many forms of mythology around the world. So just something to think about. Let's think about what we gain. Let's think more positively. Let's think of the possibilities here about what we gain. And then finally, I just want to highlight again that looking at our DEI statement on our website, that how are we honoring diversity, recognizing it? And the flip side of that, unity, what unites us as human beings, equity, treating people fairly, and inclusiveness, making sure that we don't have any names or images or aspects of our identity that divide or exclude. So I think we have a real chance here in this year of loss to move forward in a new direction. We've got this beautiful new project at the high school. I think it's an excellent time for us to move forward with a new name and mascot. So thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Babson. Mr. Moore, Ms. Monahan, just a moment. Mr. Moore, you asked questions earlier, and I didn't know if you wanted to make some board comment. And then, I didn't know if you had comment you wanted to make before we delve into the motion. I have a few short remarks, but not much.
I could say a little more. Was Mrs. Monahan going to make a point first, though? I think she
I'm not-
wanted,
Ms.
something
Monahan.
Dr. Babson wanted to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I think there were some valid points that the board members made regarding like our statement in the motion of empowering students. I get the fact that the students have gone through a lot this year. I can speak for myself that the intent of the wording of that was not to burden the students, but to have more of a, like empowering them to, it was vague, actually, to be honest. And I think that in response to Amy's question, perhaps we got too much into the weeds, like just trying to think off of our feet. It was vague for a reason, so that the administration could then take that and move forward with it, whatever process they recommended would work best within the existing process. But I want to just recognize the comments that were made by the board members. The intent was not to burden the students, and I just want to make sure that that's very clear.
No, and I apologize if it felt like I thought that was your intent. I know that you guys asked for this meeting purely out of a sense that the board hadn't fully vetted this and that you felt there needed to be more conversation. So I absolutely believe that your motives in having this conversation were good. That's my perspective on, unfortunately, the potential downside to it.
Mm-hmm. And it was.
Thank you for asking for the conversation.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Moore.
So in some ways, I've had the most time to think about this issue. It's not a new issue. It didn't emerge this year, although it certainly was brought to us with more energy than usual over the course of the summer. And I think there's nothing wrong in saying candidly, I don't know for sure what the best path is forward. And this is the first time we've had an opportunity as a whole board to debate this publicly, because certainly someone could have made a motion at another meeting, but this is the first time that's happened. Under our rules of procedure, we don't just have free discussion time, and so we're having a conversation now that I think we could have and should have had earlier, and we didn't. And I think there were good reasons for that. I think Mr. Jubileer and Mrs. Duffy articulated this, after the presentation in January from the administration. The idea was out there. We've heard a lot of concerns, but let's see how this goes. Keep us posted. And so, wanting to give that the best chance to move forward. I think that's why we're having this conversation for the first time now. There may be other reasons, but in retrospect, I think there were some missed opportunities. I also think, candidly, though, I don't know the best way forward. As I said, it's a puzzle I haven't quite heard satisfying answers to, and that's a tough position to be in. In September, I can say how I felt at the time. Not knowing what was the best path forward, I used the best heuristic available to me at the time, or what I thought would be, which was to listen to and prioritize the voices of those who were, most impacted by the harmful association that the name had taken on over many decades. And I voted based on that, not because I thought I knew better, but I thought listening would be the best way to guide my decision. It's in September at the time. And as I said earlier in the meeting, we can't unhear what we heard then or what we've heard since then. It's not, a handful of students or a handful of people who have been targeted on the basis of their race who advocated for the retirement of the name. There were hundreds of people who signed the Radnor for Reform open letter, current students, alumni, other members of our community. We have continued to hear from many of those people. We have continued to hear from alumni. I think we can all say honestly that there is a divide, that the alumni whose time at Radnor preceded the strong association with the Native American imagery have been more in favor. And generally speaking, the alumni who graduated earlier have been more in favor, overwhelmingly so, I would say, in saying we should rebrand the Raider name around a new imagery. I think we should concede that. And the younger alumni have, a strong majority of them have been in favor of us standing by our decision to retire the Raider name. So, you know, what do we do with that? What's the way out of it? I haven't said what my personal preference is. In a way, I think it's irrelevant, even though I'm an alum. And I owe an apology to the board and to the community for something that happened in the first part of this meeting a week ago. And this is not to be critical of the person who did it, but you know, somebody said, "Oh, who on the board is an alum?" And I raised my hand, and that was during public comment. But that was out of order at that point of the meeting. You know, there's a time for us to deliberate, and straw polls during public comment aren't part of our process. I am here to listen and make the best judgment call based on what we see in front of us. And my role as an alum isn't dispositive of that one way or another. So, you know, and so what my personal preference is, I'm not saying. I don't think it's important. All I can do is rely on my experience. And the main thing my experience tells me is that this is not a new issue. And I'd also like to apologize for something that happened in our September 2nd meeting, where I expressed a positive vision of Radnor Pride and how I thought the best way to move forward if someone was unhappy with the decision to retire the imagery and the name at that time would be to focus on Radnor Pride and not Raider Pride. I still believe that, but I went back and listened to it, and the way it came off, it sounded like I didn't have empathy for those who have felt that Raider Pride as part of their identity. And I wish I had done a better job of that, because I didn't mean to imply that it would be easy to move on. And as someone who's an alum who has kids in the schools, you know, I can think of some other analogies. You know, I volunteer for the Garrett Hill Parade where I grew up. I got to participate in that parade, and my kids get to participate in that parade. And if someone were saying to me, you know, that's not an option anymore, or it's going to change in some way that's not how you envisioned it, you know, that would be upsetting to me. And so I wish I had more empathy for that feeling. I don't know what the right answer is out of this, but a principle I apply to it is that we have to make a decision moving forward for that isn't just caught up in the moment of whatever we're facing now. You know, we are the stewards of this school district. You know, we have an obligation not to act on what we want personally, but what will be best for the community moving forward. So I'm trying to apply that to this decision. You know, at the time in September, I think the main thing I was thinking about was you know, how people have so much pride in their community. We could refresh that pride with something moving forward that is inclusive of all. Say what you want about the Raider name, but it's hard to describe it as inclusive given the division that we've been observing over decades that accelerated this year. So the idea of saying that, as the motion is written, permit the Raider name as an option for consideration, you know, you knew where I was going with this. You know, the question I asked earlier, can we do that now? I don't think we've done enough work to do that now. And that's not to say that it can't ever be done, but I don't think we've put in the work to do that yet. And, you know, what I want to see is something that will move us forward in Radnor in a way that is inclusive of all. And, you know, an analogy I thought of, you know, just a little earlier this week when I was thinking about this, in my front yard, I used to have this giant oak tree, and I loved that oak tree so much. It was beautiful and it provided incredible shade. But over time, it became dangerous. It became dangerous, and it had to be taken down. And now I have two little saplings in the front yard, thanks to the township. You know, our government unit with the same borders in Radnor. They have a program where you can get saplings in your yard, and that will be something that's beautiful that will grow moving forward for the future. So I don't know if those saplings can be more like a completely new identity or more like a rebranded Raider name with new imagery. But I don't think we're ready for that from everything we've seen over the course of this past year. So as structured, permit the Raider name as an option for consideration. I'm not there yet, and I admit I don't know exactly what the best option is moving forward. I won't pretend to say that I do.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Back in September when we voted, I remember, as is generally my practice, I let board members make a motion and a second, and then we discussed, and every board member weighed in on this decision. And at the end, I found I had very little to say because I was so moved by the eloquence and the thoughtful words of my fellow board members. And I feel that way again now. I want to thank you for requesting this meeting. The constraints of doing our work means we have to do it in the public. And to Mr. Moore's point, we can't just sit down and have a discussion. That's not how this procedure works. I suppose we could talk about changing that, but the fact of the matter is, we needed a public meeting and we needed a motion, and this is the meeting and this is the night. And I'm grateful because one of the things I've been left with for the last 7 months is that people want to feel heard. And, we heard from many over the summer, and then we heard from, over 140 in August. And then we heard through the month of August from people. And we didn't stop getting comments. I didn't stop getting comments in the month of August when we recessed that meeting. And then we reconvened in September and we voted in a relatively short meeting. It was less than an hour. This one's now pushing 3. And I think each of you has shared comments and reflections that indicate that you have deeply considered comments that we've heard the last 7 months on both sides of the issue. And we, watched a process unfold with the committee and have considered how that went and how that didn't go. And I think it was Mr. Moore's comment earlier. He said it went how it went. However well or not well we think the rebranding committee work went, I am so grateful to the administrators who ran it, Mr. Bechtold and Mr. Petiti, but it went how it went. Personally, I think that committee's work is done. They brought us to a point of they gave us a list, and I'm not sure. They gave us a list of 8 names, and depending on how tonight's motion goes and how we discuss it, I think perhaps that work is done, and we're going to have to figure out how to move forward. I do have a couple of thoughts on I did not take notes. I did not write comments for tonight. I was really committed to wanting to listen to what every one of you said, and every one of you gave me something to think about. I want you to know that. And I know that the emails and the comments, the board comments we've heard over the last seven months have also been running through my mind tonight, and certain themes and have come to mind. But I want to revisit something. This conversation has been around for a long time. To Dr. Babson's point, we did not create this and we did not ask for this this year. I think to Ms. Duffy's point, when she said, we have received emails saying that we divided this community, and I would agree with Ms. Duffy and ask people to consider we didn't divide the community. We revealed a divide. There are different perspectives on this name, and there were different perspectives even on the imagery. We've seen that conversation evolve over the last 7 months. Petitions that said feathers forever have now evolved. So perhaps we've moved the ball forward on some conversations around the understanding that the imagery is harmful. Perhaps not, but perhaps. But one of the things that Ms. Solomon shared when she was recapping the work, or maybe it was Ms. Monahan, said that the 2013 conversation, which was the last time the district really actively took a look at this conversation about the Raider and the mascot and the name and the imagery, that the decision that came out of, I think it was actually the policy committee, it was announced in the policy committee, not curriculum, was that the decision to remove the Native American costumed mascot on the field, was a decision that strikes a balance of respecting all people. That was the statement back in 2013. And I guess what I would say now, 8 years later, our community and our world has continued to evolve. And when I think about some of the comments that we've received, on this issue over all these months, is that I don't think that it's true any longer that we can say the Native American imagery that we're using and the name, keeping the name, strike a balance of respecting all people. I can't unhear some of the comments that we heard around the impact that this name and the imagery have. And I know that as a board, we're not even really considering the imagery tonight. That is already a done deal. But to Mr. Moore's point, we utilized the exact same process for both votes. And I think the fact that largely as a community, we are not struggling with the decision to retire the imagery, but we are with the name. I think that just reflects that we have a community with a lot of different opinions, different views, people who hold dear their memories of what it means to them to be a Radnor Raider. And shortly after we took our vote, I heard from a constituent who was very, very angry. That would be putting it mildly, very angry over this decision and the impact that they felt it would have on their child. And I asked them to consider, really focusing on supporting their child in moving through the process of grief and loss and moving on. I don't know if that family has done that or not. But as I think about the lessons that are here to be learned over what we've experienced the last 7 months, I will always be regretful, and I will always wish that it would have occurred to one of us. I bear the responsibility personally that one of us would have said, oh, maybe we should table this motion and consider it for a month. But we didn't do that. We to Ms. Goldman's point, we were intending to try to move forward on something that was brought to us at a very intense time. And I know that we all sincerely believed that the right thing to do was, given how strongly we all felt, was to take a vote and move on. And I am a person who believes in taking a vote and moving on, even when the votes don't go my way. So regardless of how tonight's vote goes, I will respect a board vote. And I know that we all feel that way. But right now, 7 months later, I can assure the entire community that any vote I take on this, I have listened, I've read the emails, I heard the public comment, I've spoken to many, many, many people on the phone. I've given my phone number out to people offering to speak with them, whether or not they took me up on the offer. I have friends and neighbors who fully support the decision we made. I have friends and neighbors who do not support the decision we made. They are all dear to me. And I know tonight, we are in a situation with no matter what we do, to Ms. Goldman's point, we will be disappointing somebody. Somebody will be left disappointed with what we do tonight. And I hope in time they will accept that. But I can say from the bottom of my heart, I'm doing it fully informed of how many, 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 many hundreds of people feel having reached out to us. Um, and so I tried to think last week, what, generally I try to think, what is the good that comes from a tough situation? And Dr. Batchelor and I had a conversation because I had an epiphany about what could come from this situation. And I've tried to, share the perspective at this point that we grown-ups, the 9 of us on the board, Dr. Batchelor, the administration, the teachers, the parents in our community, we all have a responsibility to assure the children, the students, that no matter how this goes, they will be okay. They have already shown us remarkable resiliency in what they've gone through this year. Learning under the conditions of a pandemic, they've shown us that already. Grace and grit and resilience. And however this goes, they will be okay. And the grown-ups in the room need to reassure them. I find myself after all these months, having listened to everything and knowing how strongly and intensely people feel on both sides. And I share Ms. Monahan and Ms. Goldman and every board member's, feeling that believing and loving being a Raider does not mean that you are racist. And the two do not go hand in hand. And I don't believe that, and I won't believe that. But I do believe that there's been harm, unintended harm done. And it doesn't mean that anyone is wrong or bad here. It just doesn't. So I hope that we can show the community, and I hope the community will take on the notion of having differences without division. I was so struck at the opening last week when we did the groundbreaking for the Accessibility and Wellness Center. I was quite moved. There were 2 members of the committee there who we heard public comment from last week. One really strongly believes we should keep the Raider name. One strongly gave, a moving words on why it was time to move on and move forward. And what I was struck by seeing these 2 people together is that they clearly had a difference. We heard it Tuesday night, and they clearly respect one another and were nothing but cordial and congenial. And they even referenced each other as being dear friends. So I know in this community, it is possible for us to have these differences without division. We just have to decide to be that way. And it's my hope that we will decide to be that way. So that's really all I wanted to share. We have a motion. I don't know if anyone else has anything further, if we want to just take a vote on the motion as written. Oh, yes, Mr. Moore.
I have a question for the board president and potentially the solicitor. We're not required to take public comment. Is it possible for the president to allow public comment on the motion nonetheless? Is it possible for the board to vote to allow public comment on the motion nonetheless?
I don't
Additional
know.
public comment.
We might need to ask Mr. Christofko.
Yeah, under the board policy, the decision about public comment and how to manage and control public comment is left to the board president. So it would be your decision as to whether to open up to permit additional public comment at this point in time on the motion.
Got it. Well, I certainly want to, it's not a decision I want to make on my own. So Mr. Moore, I don't know if you had a thought behind that in terms of, and see where if there's a kind of a consensus of the board at this time on that topic.
It's not required. This isn't going to be the last conversation about this. So it's not our only opportunity one way or the other. If this motion passes or fails, there's going to have to be more to come to see it through one way or the other. But board members talked about how they thought it was an impactful decision. Even if it's not required, if the board feels there's value in hearing it for maybe just some period of time, if it's not required, the board president could set some time parameter, here 20 minutes of comments, something like that, for anyone who's watching who wants to chime in. It's an idea. I think I agree with you, Mrs. Stern, that there's value in seeing if the board would like this to go forward or not, even if it's not required. So I wanted to pose the question.
Okay. I mean, with the consent of the board, I would be willing to see if there's, 15 or 20 minutes of public comment that will put us out a little bit after 11. Mr. Petiti and or Ms. Gangle, is there any public comment in the queue? I'm sorry, on this topic.
Yeah, I'm seeing 2.
Okay. Well, why don't we do this? We can entertain public comment for 15 minutes. That will put us at 10 after 11. Maybe board members are kind of, oh, yes, Ms. Dunn.
Ms. Stern, just because 4 minutes is a long time, if you're only going to allow 15 minutes, could we limit the length of public comment to 1.5 minutes or 2 minutes? Given that I'm sure there are a lot of people watching, if everybody's either trying to text something, email something now, or call, I think, with 15 minutes, we're only going to hear
3 people. No, that's fair. So let me just hear what Ms. Monahan had to say. Yes.
The only as far as additional public comment, I welcome that, but I know that we haven't heard from the administration either, and I don't know if they have any thoughts or input or insights that they would like to share. As a board member, it would be interesting to hear what their thoughts are on this motion as well, or any learnings they have. Knowing that they are the ones closer to what's going on in the schools.
Got it. Well, why don't we do the 15 minutes of public comment, and then we can let them, form their thoughts if there is anything. But Mr. Petiti, if the comments look to be, to Ms. Dunn's point, let's do short comment and, an abbreviated comment, and so that if there are several, we can hear, as many as may come in.
Okay, the first I mentioned, it looks to me like I don't see an address here. So we only have 1 currently.
Okay.
Actually, let me look here, because it looks some things are flagged. I have 1 from David Wood, and we know that he is a teacher. And
do you have his address?
I don't have his address.
Okay. Well, because I don't know that he's,
oh wait, here I have it. I'm sorry. He sent it in a later email. David Wood, 716 South Roberts Road, Bryn Mawr. I'd like to make 2 important points tonight, focusing on children, which is where most would agree that focus should be. A lot has been said over the last week or so about the harm that has been caused to Radnor children by the elimination of the Radnor name and imagery. I instead view this as an opportunity for students to learn and grow. Students have taken on leadership roles. Students have been able to develop arguments for their positions. Students have learned how to advocate for a position that they care about. Students have had the opportunity to reflect on their positions and listen to the positions of their fellow students. Students have learned that it can be difficult to support and advocate for a position. I'm going to ask you to consider the children that may not be right in front of you and have voices that are seldom heard. We have heard from Native communities. Many Native organizations and people have stepped forward and asked Radnor to stop using the name and imagery. We need to help them protect their children. We are hurting children. It is undeniable that harm is caused to all children by using Native American names and images. The peer-reviewed research is conclusive. Please consider the following statistics. 1/3 of Native children live in poverty. 20% of Native youth attempt suicide each year. Only 79% of Native students graduate from high school. Only 19% of Native enroll in college. These statistics are sad to me, and our use of Radar contributes to them. I have carefully listened to the arguments of others during this debate. If I were assigned to write a 5-paragraph essay in support of keeping the Radar, I don't know that I could. The main point that I have heard is that tradition dictates the continued use. Traditions that are hurtful need to be discontinued. The use of Raider is hurtful. The only conclusion that can be reached is to discontinue the use of the Raider and develop a new mascot and team name. We need a clear and defined separation. This isn't cancel culture. I am not virtue signaling. Radnor needs to move forward in a positive direction. The only way to do this is to select a new mascot and a new nickname.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Petiti. Yes,
Yes.
Mr.
So I just had someone text me, they weren't prepared for public comment and they wanted to know how they,
You just email board questions or board comments at rtsd.org.
okay, can they come on live? I mean, if they don't have something already written, because that would be like, can they?
Yes,
No, you know what? This is,
Yeah, I mean-
this is the downside of, no offense. I mean, this was the downside of entertaining any public comment. No good deed.
Yeah,
Don't we
correct.
say that, Dr. Batchelor? The intention was to see if there was any additional comment. And I assure you, there will be people frustrated that we didn't announce there would be public comment. So I apologize in advance. I don't know if they want to send an email or if maybe you want to, Ms. Monahan had a question, maybe that will give people a few minutes to weigh in, to write in if they want. I don't know that we had a registration Zoom link, Ms. Duffy. That's,
Yeah, I
Let
got
Mr.
ask the
Petiti-
question. I didn't know the
Yeah,
answer.
I think we can. We normally can allow people to Zoom in, so I'll let Mr. Petiti respond if we're able to do that at this point.
I think Mrs. Stern was onto something with the lack of a link that's been created to allow registrations to happen and have people come on. I know that Ms. Gangle creates those links. I don't know what goes into having to develop that link and such. So I'd have to actually defer to Ms. Gangle for how that could be possible right now.
May I make a suggestion to the board president?
sure.
That we could also just, pause. I've seen other school boards do this. When they take public comment, they pause for a minute or two so that people have a chance to email. We've still got the 20-minute limit, so we could wait. We don't, if there's nothing right this second.
I have a couple coming in as we speak, so the people are watching and writing in, so we could just get started. I can start reading them if that's.
This is the problem with not being in person. In person, if you're in the meeting, you walk up. So I look forward, when the capacity limits are relaxed, that will be a potential boon in many ways.
When we're in person, most people don't wait around till 11 o'clock.
For this, they might.
Mrs. Stern, to answer your question, this is Allison speaking. We would have needed to set up the registration link ahead of time. And since we weren't allowing public comment when the meeting was scheduled, we don't currently have that option.
That's what I thought that might be the case. So that's why I mentioned it. Thank you.
Would you like me to continue reading the comments that have come in?
Sure, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. Justin Henry, class of 98, Overhill Road, Wayne. School board members and Radnor alumni are part of a rich history and tradition, a community, a fabric that binds us all together, one that is difficult to explain or describe in words to those who have not attended Radnor schools. For those who have just graduated, to those who graduated decades and centuries ago, this is a tie that binds us alumni together for the rest of our lives. As such, I fully believe that the student body and our alumni should decide the future of the nickname. To those past and present students, we lived it, we breathed it, we earned the pride of being a Radnor Raider. The prefix red has already been dropped from the name, although it had no reference to any one group of people, rather a reference to the designated school colors, designated red and white in 1897. Without any reference to a color or a specific mascot representing a group of people, there appears to be no reason that the name Raider has to be eliminated as well. I urge the entire school board to allow the Raider name to be considered as a choice by the students, which has been evidenced quite loud and clear in addition to the alumni input and the community as a whole. Thank you for your consideration. Kelly Martin, 771 Conestoga Road. Please ask administration for their recommendation. The NCAI is excited to work with Radnor in rebranding the Raider and helping to set up community outreach and education. Please consider not only the Native American families like us in the community, but also the NCAI. Kate Hart, 320 Meadowbrook Circle, Wayne. I want you to please ask the administration to discuss the call with NCAI today that occurred at 9 a.m. today. Thank you. Alex Yiannopoulos, 15 Braxton Road, Bryn Mawr. I would like to echo the comments of board member Sarah Dunn and fellow resident Lisa Goldstein. If adults cannot conduct this discussion politely, punting the issue to the children is not the correct response. Please take clear and decisive action tonight. Class of 1990, Chris Lawson, 1744 Mountain Heights Drive, Salem, Virginia. Please just the young adults vote. Democracy, that's all we're asking. It should not be up to the board. Let a vote happen and the chips fall how they may. Kyle Addis, 511 Askin Road. Why are we forgetting the fact that 22 current students are on the committee? That puts them in the majority of the committee. I am offended by that idea of disbanding the committee, which includes all stakeholders, students, alumni, parents, community members who have put hours of their time into this process. Pausing this process will help. Changing members of the committee will not. Barbara Barnes, 217 Pine Tree Road. Many of you have admitted tonight that you made a decision in September in a rushed fashion without sufficient time to fully evaluate the issue. As a result, the vote should be set aside from September and the name Raider should be placed on the ballot to be voted upon. Thank you, Liz, Jeff, and Nancy for their motion, which should be voted upon in the affirmative. I disagree with those tonight who voiced the opinion that the Raider cannot be rebranded. I submit that if you place a red hawk in costume as a new Raider, any relationship to Indian imagery will quickly be forgotten. Ellie Davis, Radnor High School Junior. Thank you all for your time discussing this topic tonight. I look forward to a time when Radnor students can be excited to be a part of the rebranding process, as Mrs. Dunn mentioned about Shipley, and I am confident the students will be able to move forward with a new name in a positive manner. That's all for this moment.
Okay, we're at 11:09, so that's the 15 minutes. So there we go. All righty, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Moore, for putting that out there. Okay, so we were, Ms. Monahan, you were somewhere, I forget. I apologize.
Yeah, I was saying, I was making a comment about hearing public comment in addition to maybe hearing from the administration. And I had coincidentally heard some comments raised of information the administration may have of a conversation, but I don't know. As a board member, I would be interested in hearing, you know, given that the administration is kind of close to the students or closer to the students, aside from my own two kids, you know, what their thoughts or insights are on what's going on and everything that we talked about. I would be interested in their comments.
Okay.
I'm happy to jump in. Thank you, Mrs. Monahan. I want to start off by just thanking the board. I can tell by all of your comments that this is something that has weighed heavy on you and that you've taken the input from many of our stakeholders on both sides. I don't envy your positions, and I know that all of you are volunteers here, and we appreciate the time and effort you put into hearing from constituents in our community that were very passionate about it. A group of administrators, knowing that this conversation was going to take place tonight, reached out to have a conversation with the National Congress of American Indians to discuss with them what their guidance would be and what their feedback would be. And I echo what Dr. Babson said. They said that it is possible, but it would be a challenge. They gave us examples of other districts and schools that have done it successfully. There are some that are currently in process. As we spoke about their experiences and what they could offer, they gave a local example of something successful, the Golden State Warriors. And I say a local example because the Golden State Warriors previously were the San Francisco Warriors. And before that, they were the Philadelphia Warriors. Philadelphia Warriors, where Wilt Chamberlain played for them, and scored 100 points, and their mascot was a Native American. And they said that for us, we asked a lot of questions about thinking about the kids, about how can you bring a community together? Is it possible to overcome students that feel that they've been harmed by a dame? And their questions really were, what are you going to do to go over and above? And this kind of goes to Mr. Moore's point about what's the plan? What are people going to wear to events? What are your chants? Are you gonna? What are the songs and the signage and the culture? And they did say it is possible. They said there's certain names that are non-negotiable. They said that they've got a database of names that are automatically disqualified, like Indians and Braves, and the R word that's associated with the Washington football team. But they also said that they've had successes with names such as Raiders and Warriors. And they said it's truly a gray area. It's dependent upon the community. And so, as the NCAI said, they have, it's a unique group because they're truly a Congress. They're comprised of sovereign Native American tribes that all send representatives, and the representatives pass resolutions, and they work together with the executive arm, which is who we were talking to try to advance the Native American issues. We did ask about partnering with them, and they said that they would work with us, that they would give us guidance, they would connect us to other school districts. They also offered to connect us with Native American tribes. We talked specifically about the Oneida, that was connection from Wisconsin from Chief Metoxen. So we asked a lot of questions, knowing that this board was grappling with a very challenging decision. I did hear Mrs. Solomon. I do think the temperature is really high in the community, and I appreciate all of you for having this conversation. I want to let you know that whatever the decision is, the administration is going to work really hard to make sure that our students have a positive experience, and that we move forward as a community. I do think that should the board want to move forward with seeing if it could happen, administration would work to put together and lay out a plan, as Mr. Moore asked, to say how can we move forward with this? So.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bechtold.
And one of the things administratively, I think Mr. Moore summed it up pretty well tonight, that, there isn't right or wrong with this. There's opinions with both of this. And, the administrative team has stood behind the decision that was made on September 2nd. And as we talked about tonight, and I thank the board, for this discussion tonight, taking the time to have this discussion tonight, I think was needed. It was needed as we went through the process that we've had so far. One of the questions we haven't asked tonight with the motion is, when would we get it done? And really, it's when would we get the motion done, and also even moving forward. Our process that we had has been, even delayed, and where is the time? So I do think we have some questions that we need to answer about how do we move forward based on the time with whatever this outcome is tonight with the vote. Administratively, we came tonight and we had opportunities to talk, opportunities to look at how do we move forward. We came prepared to support the motion tonight that was put forward from the perspective for a lot of the reasons that were shared tonight, a lot of the reasons that were shared about giving the kids the opportunity. And Mr. Rosen's comments, it's actually 2 weeks ago now, I think, not 1 week ago, but 2 weeks ago, Mr. Rosen's comments had an impact, from also looking at how do we move forward with our kids, and that's been our focus. How do we move forward with our students? At the same time, tonight, there's some things that were said that have struck me, that I haven't thought about as much. Ms. Solomon, your comments about, do we need to take a pause? And not that others haven't suggested it, but do we need to take a pause? I guess maybe that's part of the reality of me sitting here in May going, what are we going to do? What are we going to get done between now and the end of the school year? I do believe, and Mr. Bradley, you were getting to this point a little bit before, and I feel strongly, and this would be the question I would have with the resolution on this table tonight, would be my concern of the board has to be open to, yes, this motion tonight is to allow the possibility, but I would worry about the possibility, and then if the board knows the Raider name is not going to be an option down the road, I wouldn't want to put our kids through that. I wouldn't want to put our students through a process where there isn't support among the board for it as an option. So I think that's something we all need to think about as we move forward with it. So those are the thoughts that, administratively we have that I think are important as we move forward. And as I said, I think this conversation tonight and this board's ability, I often say it's, people get maybe tired of me hearing that it's 9 individuals on the board. They think the school board is this one organization that moves as one, and through budget votes, through votes on very difficult COVID discussions, we have 9 individuals on this board, and 9 individuals who often, will disagree without being divisive, and who can disagree without being disagreeable. And, we have that tonight as well as we move forward. But those are the administrative thoughts right now. And I thank the administrative team. They shared with me just today. There's been a lot of conversations with the NCAI. We've had a lot of community members, a lot of board members have been reaching out to them. There's a lot of, I think, miscommunication on who was reaching out to them, who was having them call who. And so there was some conversation today to just try to understand and that's one organization. There's many organizations out there we can look to, but that's just one organization, to understand their guidance based on a lot of the information that has been out there.
So Dr. Batchelor, I just want to clarify, I clarified something earlier with something Mr. Moore asked. So I hear you saying all that, and I appreciate your focus on the kids, but what I also hear you, I just want to clarify that what you were saying toward the end there, if ultimately this board isn't going to approve the name Raider, that then what? I just wanted to clarify.
Well, my concern would be that this motion would give it as an option moving forward. It leaves open exactly the process. So I don't know timing. If we approve this motion, would this be completed between now and June? I don't believe so. Just looking at the time of year, I think we'd have to reevaluate when we would accomplish the conversations and the pieces that are part of this motion. In that, I think approving this motion, I think board members need to also be open to the possibility that Raider could be selected. It may or may not be selected. And if it is selected, I think board members also need to be open to, you can't decide right now how you're going to vote, but need to be open to the reality of that it could be a rebranded Raider. And what I would just say is I wouldn't want to see us go through that process, knowing that, there is a majority of the board that isn't open to that possibility.
But we already voted. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to clarify. I want to cut to the chase because it's now 11:20. We already voted to retire the Raider. So if we were going to move forward with Raider as an option, what we would have to be willing to do is overturn the vote to retire the Raider name.
No, you don't have to overturn the vote to retire the Raider name. You don't have to overturn the vote. but you can take separate votes. This is a continuation of an issue. So it's not there doesn't need to be a motion to overturn. There's a continuation. So the motion tonight that's in front of the board is a motion to allow it as an option for the students as set out in the parameters for the students to select moving forward.
Right, but ultimately, if I weren't going to vote to approve the name, this is what you started to say, and I just wanted to clarify that earlier you were saying if I weren't going to vote to approve the name, then it wouldn't really make sense to put Radar in there as an option.
Yeah, I think it would be unfair to our kids and unfair to and I mean, I'm more focused on the kids, but I think it would be unfair to the kids in this process to move it forward as an option, knowing that, and I guess this gets to Mr. Moore's questions before, under no circumstances does that name pass for a majority of the board.
Got it. Thank you. I was
So-
just trying to clarify.
So ultimately, the motion is essentially asking the board to throw out a vote that we took last September.
Or
Because it would be
reconsider.
disingenuous to let the kids vote on something and vote and put Radar as an option if any of us still stands by the vote we took last September. Or if a majority of us still stands by that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Moore.
I'd say another way to think about it is the way this motion is phrased, it requires board action. Administratively, the administration, based on the September 2nd vote, cannot make Radar an option because it was retired as of September 2nd. In order to make it an option, a new vote is required, and it would have to be a majority vote to do that. So it doesn't, I hear Dr. Batchelor saying it doesn't have to be styled as a motion to overturn, but I also hear Mrs. Dunn's, of course, that's the implication that, we would be unretiring it for the purpose of considering it. And again, as I think Mr. Jubileer and Mrs. Monahan emphasized, it's a motion to put it through a process that involves a lot of work. And at the conclusion of that process, there's still a board vote. That's what I heard kind of articulate as a reason in favor of this motion. And I think Dr. Batchelor's offering the caveat, be careful about putting kids through a situation where they think something's a serious possibility, where we don't know what the outcome of that board vote would be at the end of the process. Is that a fair summary to either, I guess, the board president or Dr. Batchelor as the parliamentarians here?
I would just say, what I was trying to say is that I think the board is, if I don't have a vote on this. If I was a board member voting, I believe I would have to be voting that I am open to that possibility. Now, is it possible that I cannot predict what that will look like when that comes about and when it happens, but that there is a recognition that you're open to that possibility.
Got it. Thank you. That's what I was trying to just clarify. Mr. Moore, thank you. You were much more eloquent about it than I at 11:25.
Can I ask a procedural question?
Sure.
I think we've all talked about this motion sufficiently, and I'm inclined to call the vote, but I'm not specifically doing that because I have a question. And that is, I know Mrs. Solomon was talking about making a different motion to delay things. It sounds like other people might have amendments or other motions. If there are other motions, so first of all, if I were to call the vote and we vote on this one way or the other, can other motions be made, or is this a special meeting and you can't make other motions because it wasn't advertised? That's my first question.
Okay.
My second question is, if another motion is made and we take action on it, do we have to hear public comment before and after we deal with that motion?
That's great. Mr. Christofko, if you could weigh in on that. Thank you.
Sure. This is the only motion that's on the agenda, but there is, after this motion, the opportunity for new business for other motions to be made that could be made. However, there weren't any other motions advertised. So to the extent that any other new motions would be made, the board would be required to take public comment on those motions before a vote. since the public wasn't given an advanced opportunity to comment on those items because they weren't given any notice that they would be coming before the board, that would have to be opened up for that possibility.
And comment on that motion would follow our standard policy, but we could limit it to that specific motion, but we could be here another couple hours listening to public comment.
Well, I mean,
Depending, I mean, my
the
question
time-
is, we have to listen to it they have to be we have to allow for 4 minutes per public comment on whatever subsequent motions are made before we take it.
A period of public comment has to be offered for new matters that come before the board. However, as far as the total amount of time of public comment in those circumstances, there is discretion to the board president to limit public comment to a certain periods of time, and that's been exercised in the past and done differently. So it could be, when you say hours, it doesn't necessarily have to be hours. It could be whatever the board president would deem to be appropriate. Given the topic and the comments being presented.
No, and my apologies if I sound cranky. We started at 5 o'clock this evening and we have another meeting tomorrow evening, and I believe we may have one Thursday. So I'm just mindful of everybody's time.
Sarah, I just throwing this out there procedurally. If there's something, I don't know what's on your mind, but the possibility of an amendment to a motion.
That's what I was thinking too.
I don't know if that's something that answers whatever is on your mind, but that might be a procedure to consider.
Not really. I think I'd just like to call the vote.
But hold on, before you do that, because amendments, do they require public comment, Mr. Christofko?
I mean, the motion that's been presented, an amendment would have to just tweak the substance of the motion that's presented. I mean, you couldn't make an amendment that's completely different subject. It would have to tweak the motion that's been presented. So that wouldn't require separate public comment because the public's already seen the subject matter of this motion that's been presented. They know what's coming down. So
Okay.
An amendment of the language is just part of the normal parliamentary process.
Okay, thank you.
Well, if Sarah's not making, you're not going forward with an amendment, Sarah?
Sarah, what were you saying?
I would like to call the vote.
Got it. Okay. So all those in favor of the motion as presented, please say aye and raise your hand so I can see everybody. 1, 2, 3. And all those opposed? 1, 2, 3. The motion fails 3-6. All right, I have to pull up the agenda just a moment. Let's see, we do not have a consent agenda tonight. So at this time we have new business. Is there any new business tonight?
Yes, I have some new business. I would like to make a motion that in light of all that's transpired, that we put this process on hold for a year. And so we are.
Solomon, could I add a friendly amendment before you even finish and say until January? And I say that because till January. Because next
All right.
now is the summer.
All right.
Because the year from now is the summertime.
Okay, so till January. In other words, to let tempers cool, to let people ponder what's transpired, and to let people communicate about their different positions on this. We would so make it very clear. We are Radnor, nothing else. We're not Raiders, we're not Raptors, we're not we're just Radnor. And basically just to give the community time to unwind about this a little bit. So I'm looking for.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Sullivan, just to clarify, would your motion require the removal of all the Raider names across the district? We're not going to be Raider. All of our school boards still say Raider. The scoreboards say Raider. You're asking for removal of the Raider name, even though we haven't made a decision necessarily officially that the name wouldn't be considered.
I'm saying, yes, I'm saying for now it is gone because that is the vote we took in September. But that doesn't say what could transpire in the future. It means it's gone for now. But other than that, the process holds. That there's no more, pushing forward,
Okay, so I just wanted, just for the sake of clarity for our the person who will do the minutes of this meeting, you're putting forth a motion to put this, can I insert the name rebranding process or mascot process on hold,
rebranding process, yeah.
on hold until January of 2022, that we will be known as Radnor. The Raider is still retired, and that we will have the removal of the Raider name throughout the district.
Right. And that then this is picked up at a future point in time.
Well, January of 2022.
January. Correct.
Okay, got it. So that is the motion. Is there a second? I'm going to put a second on that one. And do we have any board comment? Yes, Mr. Moore.
If the board does not take further action in new business, how does the administration proceed from here? The purpose of the question is understanding whether this motion is necessary in order for the process to pause, number one, and the rebranding process to pause. And number two, if the motion does not pass, I think it's relevant for board members to know what action the administration will take or will not take if they would choose to pause on their own or recommend something else.
So minus, but prior to the scheduling of this meeting, we had a process that was moving forward. So that process would continue to move forward. So we have a committee that we've established. That committee's at a point where we've selected 8 potential names that would go to focus groups with students. I think the only question we'd have moving forward right now is timing. It is, we're in a pretty tight timeline. We're in May right now. We're looking at potentially, closing school Monday again at the high school, possibly not closing, going virtual. If we can hopefully get vaccinated, our 12, 13, 14, and 15-year-olds. So there's a lot going on. So whether we would complete the process. So what's the administrative right now? We have a committee. We have a committee that has a plan. That committee would continue to move forward. Maybe some of the work would continue into June, July. I mean, we haven't really discussed that. So if this motion that Ms. Solomon just made doesn't pass, the administrative team would look to continue to move forward. And really, that's under the direction of the board that we've been directed to move forward with.
Yes, Ms. Goldman.
This is not related to Ms. Solomon's motion, but I have a question. So when would the appropriate time be to ask that?
Well, I don't know. We're talking about the motion, and
it piggybacks on Mr. Batchelor's comment about process. So you let me know when.
Why don't you ask it now, because that might impact the vote on this motion.
Is it within the board's jurisdiction to be able to address process similar to what was in the motion that was just voted down? If there were elements of that motion that had process that the board would like to see enacted, how would that most effectively be expressed?
So some of the things that are in the motion right now that were in this previous motion that failed were things that we were looking to do. Were things that already were. So I think some of those things that we will move forward with. Other pieces of it, I think the board could make a separate motion to direct the administration to move forward with those pieces. We can have a discussion of those items in a separate motion.
Andrew, just a moment.
Sure.
Nancy had her hand up first, and then you.
Sure.
Thanks. I just had a clarification on the motion, Lydia. You say, I heard you say no R. However, a lot of uniforms are everywhere, because it's been that way. So I may be going beyond my clarification question. Is that kind of what you are inferring?
No, yeah, no R, because some of them still have R with the featherhead. So no R. Radnor.
Can I ask you a question, Lydia? I'm sorry, just with that as well. So the motion on the floor is, I wrote down, is rebranding process on hold until January, known as Radnor. Raider will be retired and removed from anything. Indian imagery is removed, name and image removed from everything. The R without, we have R that exists without feathers on places. So, but what we just need to know, are we removing that as well? We're removing,
Well, hang on, that wasn't in her motion. Whatever.
I
she's
know,
saying
that's
now,
why.
she intended. It wasn't what was in the motion. So
Correct.
I'm going to take Dr. Babson's comment, whatever you wanted to weigh in on.
Sure, thanks. I just wanted to echo what Ms. Goldman had asked about. As I said earlier, the previous motion that we voted down, I said that I agreed with all of it except for the first part of C, and of course the first sentence. But so there's a lot there that we could still use. That's all I wanted to say about that.
Got it. All righty. Do we have any more board comment on this? I'm not going to be supporting this motion, but I wanted to be able to put this. Sometimes there's value in having a motion on the floor so that there can be discussion, even if I don't support it. So yes, Ms. Mon.
I'm sorry. I did not get an answer to my question. Or I didn't understand it. So Lydia's motion did not make any mention of not allowing the R with the circle imagery. She did not make mention of that, Lydia?
I thought I did. I thought I said
I thought you did too.
R, no Radnor, no Raptor, no Rooster. No, we're Radnor. Radnor.
I'm just asking for the clarification, because if that is in Lydia's motion, a lot of athletic teams currently have R with the circle. And so we're just talking about another new rebranding initiative, which I don't think is appropriate. But I respect Lydia's motion to maybe take a pause. But if we're talking about limitations on what we have now without imagery, it's just concerning for me. So I just wanted to clarify it. Lydia confirmed that she did include the circle R as one of the statements in the motion as not being allowed, correct? Okay. I just wanted.
Mr. Moore?
I heard Mrs. Solomon make those comments when we were in the priority action item as an idea that she would introduce a new business. The motion as read, I did not hear R in there. So if the board president could clarify what the motion says, I would be grateful. If the motion, if Mrs. Solomon doesn't support her own motion without the R in it, that's fine. If we need to amend it, that's fine. What is the motion as recorded? Board president or our solicitor if needed.
Well, that's why I read it back. So I'll read back what, and she confirmed it was that put this rebranding process on hold until January of 22. We will be known as Radnor. Raiders are still retired, and removal of Raider name throughout the district. That's what I said when I confirmed that because I wanted to write it down.
And that's what I heard. I just want to hear it again.
Yeah, I did not hear that because there were a couple of other people chiming in. So I appreciate you reading that back.
Sure. So now we would take public comment. Mr. Petiti, do we have any comments?
I'm not sure if we have comments related specific to that.
Well, the comments would have to be for this motion.
We have some comments that have come in.
No, the comment, Mr. Petiti, the comments would just be for this motion.
Nothing for this motion specifically then.
Okay, then let's call the vote. All those in favor? All those, that's one. All those opposed? And the motion fails 1-8. All right, thank you. So do we have any other motions for new business?
I could put out a motion about some of the other steps that were in the previous motion, if that's what the administration needs.
I don't know.
I'd like to second the,
But that's not a motion. She's
Okay.
saying that she'd like to put out some ideas is not a motion. I mean, this is where it gets really specific around motions. So do you have a motion, Ms. Goldman?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to take from the previous motion, A, which is identifying next steps in the process that empowers students to evaluate names under the guiding principles with the goal of selecting 2 options for final student body vote.
Okay.
B, provide information and promote dialogue of different perspectives among the students, including education on conflict resolution, civility, and social media etiquette.
Okay.
D, task the administration to include an educational component to the new spirit gallery that tells the history of the Raider name and Radnor's decision to remove Native American imagery from our branding. And D2, identify opportunities in Radnor schools for greater awareness and understanding of the history and struggles of Native Americans and provide recommendations for improvements.
Okay, do we have a second? So a motion from Ms. Goldman and a second from Dr. Babson. Great. Do we have any board comment?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Dr. Batchelor, you were asked about the rebranding process. Do you, I guess I'm not clear what's still left for that committee to do. I think they've done a lot of work in terms of reviewing types of names and options for names. It seems to me that I'm not sure it's clear that that's necessarily needed in this motion. So I guess I would just want to understand if this motion passed, whether that rebranding committee specifically has a role in that going forward.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. So it says determine the next steps is my understanding. So I don't know what that means, the next step. So the committee's next steps, would be we would have focus groups with the 8 names that are out there. Those information from the focus groups goes back to the committee right now. The committee then takes the feedback and, I'll let Mr. Bechtold or Mr. Petiti jump in if I'm not summarizing the next steps properly, but they take the feedback from those focus groups. And then the committee's job was to produce 2 options for the student body to then vote on.
Is there a reason that needs to go back to the committee and that the students can't narrow the 8 to 2? By, voting, 1 through 8, these are my choices, and then you do the math, in a Schoology vote, so everybody only gets to vote once.
Ms. Dunn, just for the record, that's what I assume. That was my interpretation. And what you're saying is my interpretation of what that motion says, that this moves directly to the students to carry out the process from here on out. Now, I may be misunderstanding that, but that is how I read this and asked the question about that earlier.
Okay, so that's I think we need that kind of clarification about what's intended by the motion.
I mean, since I made the motion, that's my intention. Now, if I'm misunderstanding how it was originally designed, that was for this current motion, that's my intention, that this moves to the student body for the rest of the process.
And I guess that's where
just ask a couple questions here or comments, please.
Sure.
So help me out on the procedure here. I'm sorry, I'm not.
That's right. I'm
sharp
taking notes.
But I would say for Ms. Goldman, I would actually like to add, as I've been saying, the second part of subpart C of the motion that we voted down, which says that we would enlist the consultation of the NCAI on the rebranding efforts to ensure that it meets with their approval. The other part that I wanted to mention. Again, I'm sorry if I'm being kind of sloppy here with this, but to endorse what Ms. Dunn said, why don't we disband the committee as it is and then reform it with students that go forward with the names as Ms. Dunn said and as Ms. Goldman assumed. Could we put
Well,
that in the motion?
You'd have to offer it as an amendment
Okay.
procedurally, and then here's what would have to happen procedurally. You would have to offer it as an amendment. It would have to be seconded. We would have to have board comment. I think Mr. Christoph is going to have to weigh in. We may or may not have to have public comment on that before we can just vote on just the amendment. And then we would go back to the original motion.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Moore.
Point of order, isn't it
Sure.
also an option for the person who made the motion and the person who seconded the motion to agree to a friendly amendment without instead having a board member move an amendment that the board votes on?
Yeah, friendly amendment would also be an option, yes.
Okay, great. So,
So
Ms. Goldman, I'm wondering if could consider a friendly amendment to add the second part of subpart C of item 4.2 on our agenda, enlist the consultation of the NCAI, etc., and also perhaps add some language about disbanding the current committee and reforming for the purposes of carrying out what is laid out in 4.2, as you've mentioned.
Yes to the latter. I don't understand the previous one. If you could just repeat that for me.
So the former one that I said is just add the enlist the consultation of the NCAI, etc. It's under C. So as I was saying, the part of that I disagree with is if the name rater is selected by students as an option. So cut that from C and just put enlist the consultation of the NCAI, etc. Include that in your motion.
Sure.
Okay.
I ask a question. If
Sure.
Raider, in your motion, Raider is not being permitted to be discussed or as an option for consideration, I'm confused a little by why we would enlist NCAI.
To help with the rebranding, that was going to be
without Raider being considered.
Agreed.
Yeah, that was going to be
Just
my
questioning it.
question.
There might be something behind it. I don't know.
Good questions.
Sure.
Dr. Babson?
No, I think that even as communities move forward, after, in the words of the person that I spoke with this morning, the clean break that many communities opt for, the NCAI helps the community make that clean break in any kind of, because as we've talked about tonight, we want to hear the community, we want to understand different points of view, and there's going to be some opportunity for dialogue around this, and NCAI could help that.
Dr. Babson, just a point of clarification. I'm writing all this down because I'm trying to make sure that the motion is then now clear. So Ms. Goldman agreed to the friendly amendment of the subpart C that began with enlist NCAI, but what did you say about disbanding the committee? Ms. Goldman, did you agree to that friendly amendment as well? I didn't catch what the wording was there.
I think disband is kind of a harsh way to put it. I prefer to say that this process now moves, thanks to the work of this committee, to the student body.
Process moved.
The next steps in this process move to the full student body would be.
But how is that in C? That's not in C. That's why I'm trying to.
No, Susan, that is Ms. Stern. That is sort of a rewording of A.
So that's a different friendly amendment.
Right, sorry, it's two.
Okay, so you're gonna have to say that again, because really it's actually gonna matter when this stuff needs to get typed up for the minutes. So part in A would say what?
Dr. Babson, do you want to say what it is?
Under A, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, originally my idea was we move on from the committee as it is now, and we move to a completely different process. So the committee's work up to this point is done.
Yeah,
And
but-
now we move to kind of handing it over to the students to vote on those, I believe, 8 options.
Right, but what is that? But procedurally, what does that mean in terms of the friendly amendment that is part of A?
Well, not 8 options in, 2
A,
options.
not 8, A.
A.
He's,
Okay.
yeah, 2 options though.
Okay. I thought Sarah mentioned something earlier about 8 names. Or
Maybe I can try to clarify this. Let me take a stab at it.
Sure.
A would be identify next steps in the process that moves to the student body to the rest of A. Do you want me to read it out loud?
Moves to the student body to evaluate names.
Right.
Can I ask a question about that?
Hold a second. Let me just finish writing, okay?
I might not need to hear it back, Ms.
Yes,
Stern.
Liz, go ahead. Yes.
Say evaluate names. Are you talking about exclusive to the 8 names that are currently on the table? Or are you open to discussion of new names?
Well, that's a completely separate issue.
Well, I just want to be clear. We have rain frogs on the table. We have, these are the names that we are going to put forth in good faith that could potentially be our names, our new branding. I'm just asking that question.
I understand the question. Yeah.
Good faith forward. We believe those were put forward in good faith and they could be our branding. We're okay with that. That's what I just want people to consider.
Well, I mean, if we empowered the committee to do that work, and that was the result of the committee, then.
And we heard there were problems with, with the committee, so.
Well, so Mr. Christofko, this is where I really need you to be paying attention of where we're moving from the realm of friendly amendments and all of that. Because I would offer a different I would ask Ms. Goldman to consider a different friendly amendment to the end of that sentence, Ms. Duffy, which is to say.
Can I just jump in here for a second? Ms. Stern?
Thank you.
In my opinion, where we are right now is very muddled. I would suggest we just scrap everything that's on the table and start from scratch with a whole brand new motion that somebody actually takes a few minutes to sit down and write up in clearly as to exactly what you want it to say, and then move that motion forward and let somebody else second it. Because what we're doing right now, I mean, we're not doing friendly amendments. We're sort of drafting on the fly, and it's creating just a mess procedurally. So I would suggest that we just take a few minutes to sit down and write out something clearly, make sure that it's exactly what you want it to be, and then move it.
Well, I'm going to make a different suggestion. And Mr. Christopher, by the way, thank you. That's kind of where I was going with when I have to stop and keep doing notes and I can't keep track. We've gone off track. I'm going to call a 5-minute recess. Some of our board members have been sitting since 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Somebody, whoever wants to make a friendly, wants to draft a motion here, let's take those 5 minutes to, grab a drink of water, do whatever you need to do. The question I was going to ask you leading into this, Ms. Duff, falling on Ms. Duffy, is that there is the potential in a motion that the end of that first sentence of A could have some wording that allows for additional names to be considered. Do I need a motion to reset, to call a quick recess, Mr. Christofko, right?
You don't. You can just say we're taking a 5-minute.
Okay, we're taking a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Um, so I don't know how to tell, Ken, I don't know how to tell when we're back on live or how that works.
We are right now. So we've never left. We've just recessed.
Okay.
So you
Okay.
just have to announce, I believe, Mr. Christophe, Ms. Stern just has to announce that we're reconvening the meeting, and then we begin once she announced that the meeting is being reconvened.
Thank you, Ken.
That's correct.
I mean, can you hear me? Because
Yes.
when I try to turn my video on, it's saying it won't allow me because the host has turned it off. Should I try again?
Yeah, try again, but we'll have,
Able to start video. You can't start your video because the host has stopped it. Okay, let me see. Okay.
Michael, maybe you can look at
Oh,
the,
nope, she's back. Okay, so we have all 10 of us back. So I am ending the recess. We're going to reconvene the meeting. And before we move on, Mr. Christofko, where we last left off, I think what we have to officially do is ask Mrs. Goldman and Dr. Babson to agree to withdraw the motion that they put forth that had a bunch of friendly amendments. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so Mrs. Goldman and
I
Dr. Babson.
withdraw.
Okay, so that's withdrawn. All righty. Thank you. And now, do we have any more new business?
I can make a motion.
Okay.
Oops, where'd it go? Yikes.
All right.
I'm gonna try to do this because I'm looking and not looking at the screen.
Okay. Let me write down. Keep going.
Would it be easier if I sent it to you as opposed to write? I'll read it out
You
loud.
gotta
but-
read it out loud and I'll just keep going as quick as I can.
Okay. The board directs the administration to A, move the Mascot rebranding process to the full student body for completion of the selection and rebranding process. Actually, that's redundant. Forgive me.
To A, move the rebranding process to the,
Full student body for completion of the selection and rebranding process.
the student body. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, we don't compose so well at midnight. B, design a process that allows students to
Yep.
evaluate the current 8 names under the guiding principles and with the community focus group feedback,
Okay.
semicolon, allow the possibility of modifications to the list
Possibility of mod to list. Mm-hmm.
based on the vetted list from the administration.
Based on the vetted list. What vetted list was there?
Administration narrowed down the submissions from the survey to, I forget what the number was, but it was 60 something names or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
semicolon,
Okay.
have 2 rounds of voting, student voting, to reduce the list from 8 names to 2 for a final student body vote.
Okay.
And C, include an educational component to the new Spirit Gallery that tells the history of the Raider name and Radnor's decision to remove the Native American imagery from our branding. I'm taking this from the previous motion. And identify opportunities in Radnor schools for greater awareness and understanding of the history and struggles of Native Americans and provide recommendations for improvements, was the word in the motion at the beginning of this meeting. And perhaps, I'm not quite sure what the word, I'm trying to honor what was originally put up as a motion tonight, but I could use some clarification on what the word improvements means. Nancy, Liz, or Jeff perhaps could answer what they meant by the word improvements. I'm trying to capture what was the essence of their initial motion, but I wasn't clear what was meant by improvements.
I think, and Nancy and Liz can weigh in, that this is an administrative and curriculum oriented pillar to talk about how we can best in the curriculum and extracurricular space, the education, educating around Native American history and struggles. It is not anything, I think, deeper than that at its core.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate that.
Okay.
Mrs. Goldman, can I ask, you referenced this going to the full student body. My impression was that all along this was going to be sent to the 8th through 12th graders. To me, technically full student body would apply all the way down to kindergarten. I didn't think that was the intention.
No, you're correct, Mrs. Dunn, that whatever the original, I think you're right, it was 8th through 12th. I couldn't remember off the top of my head who the initial collection of students was that was going to vote on this. But as opposed to, in contrast to a student committee.
All right, well, you guys are now discussing and we don't even have a motion.
So can I propose a friendly amendment and remove the clause to the full student body and replace it with to the 8th through 12th grade students in Radnor School District or attending Radnor schools?
I don't know if she accepted it.
I accept.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and now we need a second.
Second.
A second from Dr. Babson.
And let me just say, if I may, yeah, I think taking out clause C is fine. I think we get at what we need to get at.
Okay, so do we have any board comment or discussion on this motion? Ms. Monahan.
I just have a clarifying question. And again, I know this is redundant, but I just want to make this very clear. So when you state in your motion, have 2 rounds, evaluating 8 names under the guiding principles and allow possibility to add to the list from the fully vetted names, that does not include Radar.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. I just wanted to make sure this is a new motion with new wording. So I just want to make it clear. Thank you.
So I want to just bring up another point. We had some public comment last week about including 6th grade through 12th. Do we want to, is there any interest in discussing, that idea?
I would be interested in discussing that in the correct procedural way.
Would you accept a friendly amendment?
I sure would.
Through 12th grade.
If it's procedurally correct, I would accept that.
Can I just point out, I think that proposed change in groupings was based on the assumption that the mascot was going to apply to the middle school as well as the high school. I'm not aware that the board ever directed that. And if you're going to do
yes,
that.
we did. That was part of the original. It was.
Okay, I could be wrong.
Middle school and high school from the get-go.
Well, I misunderstood that. And I think that then the question is, do 5th graders have a right to, you're making this a very large group, but I think 5th graders are going to be middle school students next year too.
So the administration did have some, if there's rationale when they set out the process, and they set up the process to include 8th through 12th grade. There was rationale, and the rationale was based on other districts who had gone through similar rebranding process, based on the fact that it was predominantly a high school name and a high school mascot, that yes, the middle school intended to adopt whatever's selected. So because the middle school intended to adopt, the 8th grade were invited as part of the vote and also the process. But I believe, and I'll let Mr. Bechtel, to jump in if I'm wrong, but I believe the rationale the administration had originally for only 8 to 12 was just the thought that it could get skewed more easily away from the high school if you as you start adding other grades in the middle school.
That's correct, Mr. Batchelor. So the imagery and the nickname were removed from the high school. The middle school had the Raider name, but did not have associated imagery. And so when we talked about this as administrative team, we wanted to rebrand the high school, and then the middle school wanted to adopt the imagery. We thought it was important, so we included middle school students and teachers and parents on the committee, specifically 8th grade students, but we didn't want to, we wanted to make sure that the high school students' voice was accentuated since this was going to represent them. We didn't want to have a situation where you've got the middle school votes in block and there's less votes at the high school for what their mascot is. So
Withdraw my friendly amendment.
Okay, so do we have any other board comment on this motion?
I had a question about timing.
Sure.
Originally, I'm looking at the presentation that was given to the board back in January at our meeting, and the students were supposed to be voting. Now they were supposed to be voting on final designs, but they were supposed to be voting May 18th or May 19th and 20th. And I guess my question from a timing standpoint is there a reason you couldn't at least start this process May 19th and 20th so that you could still meet the original deadline of giving a final mascot and team name to the board June 22nd? And I'm asking genuinely, I want to understand, I know there's a lot going on, but I'm trying to understand what the timing will be associated with this type of proposal.
So the question is, what can we move if the motion that's on the table now, and maybe if we could have just a full reading of it. I did take notes on it, but it sounds like it is to move the process to the student body for selection. The process has students to evaluate the names, but to have 2 rounds of voting where the students vote on 8 names and that initial vote reduces it to 2, and then there's a second vote of just the 2 finalist names. The education component and those things don't necessarily, obviously some of those pieces aren't necessarily tied in the end of the school year. So can we complete this by June? Yeah, conceivably. I think we could complete it by June. Mr. Bechtold, what are your thoughts? I haven't thought of, I think we could, that what I just summarized, I think we could complete.
we certainly could. If we're not running focus groups for students, if we would just be doing a voting process, I don't have the motion in front of me, but we did get a lot of informative feedback from the parent community. Focus groups and Rain Frogs and Ruckus did not get a lot of love and had a lot of concerns that were associated with those. So I do think that is informative feedback that we received from the community and parents and alumni that would also need to be taken into consideration.
And that was in the motion, Mr. Bechtold. I did ask, I think Ms. Stern can confirm that I put in there to take into account the community focus group feedback, but maybe Ms. Stern can confirm that she got that.
Thank you, Mrs. Goldman.
I'd like to request a full.
Susan, you're muted. You're talking, but you're muted, Susan.
It was under the guiding principles and, I'm trying to read my handwriting, and with feedback, with the community focus group feedback, yes. And that there was an allowance for the possibility of modifications to the list based on the vetted list from the administration.
I was just saying, could we have a full reading of the motion?
Yes. All right. Are you ready?
Her hand up a couple times.
Who?
Mrs. Duffy.
I'm sorry, Liz, go ahead.
You can go ahead and read it first and then
Are you
I'll.
sure? Okay. I'm sorry. I'm looking down at the writing and so I'm not looking at the screen. The board directs the administration to move the mascot rebranding process to the to the student body, I'm going to take out the word full, grades 8 through 12 for completion of the selection and rebranding process. B, design a process that allows students to evaluate the current 8 names under the guiding principles and with the community focus group feedback, allow the possibility of modifications to the list based on the vetted list from the administration, have 2 rounds of voting to reduce the list from 8 names to 2 for a final student body vote. C, include an educational component to the new Spirit Gallery that tells the history of the Raider name and Radnor's decision to remove the Native American imagery from our branding, and identify opportunities in Radnor schools for greater awareness and understanding of the history of the struggles of Native Americans, and provide recommendations for improvements. And then anecdotally, you got feedback on what you meant by improvements, but I'm not sure that got incorporated into the motion because I didn't quite understand it. But Ms. Duffy, what did you want to ask?
Maybe this is just me and maybe it's just the hour, but I'm having a hard time following this. And my concern right now is that this is reactionary. I mean, we put a motion together before us with time to digest and think about, and it did not get support. But now, right now, I do not feel equipped to vote on something this important when we've had, obstacles or troubles or with the process to date. I think that if we're going to vote on something, we have to know that we've got it right moving forward. And, there's something about Mrs. Solomon when she said, take a pause. I didn't support the motion you put on the table for the timing or, with the parameters, but, and I'm not necessarily advocating for a change, but I guess I'm looking for procedurally, every time someone's read this motion, in the last 5 minutes, we've said, oh, but this is in there. Oh, but this is in there. I'm not comfortable voting on that. I'm not comfortable saying that this is how we're moving forward. It feels very reactionary to me. So, and the question that, Mr. Bechtel said is that, there were focus groups and focus groups are valuable. And I know it says in this design a process, maybe that includes focus groups. I think that has to be thought. I think we really have to think that out. So I don't know what, are these just my comments? I don't know. Or what do I have procedurally that I can do? Can I ask?
Let me, you want to know procedurally. You shared we have a motion on the floor and a second. So you just shared board comments, completely valid. I actually think a lot of it, I agree with virtually everything you said. Procedurally, what you can do is vote against the motion. That's what you can procedurally do, is vote against it. Yeah, I don't know if there's other board comment. I have some board comment.
It just comes to, to Bradley, to Mr. Moore's comment. I don't know what the right process. I don't know what the path forward. I don't know what the solution is right now, and I have to think about it. Yep. A few of us put a solution on the table. It got voted down. So now I have to think about what the right solution moving forward is. And, so I just can't do this right on the fly like this. And I feel right now, this feels very reactionary. So I just ask everyone to consider that, because, then we have an approved motion that, that we need to stand by, especially at this point in the game. So.
Yeah, I wrote down the motion. That doesn't mean I'm voting for the motion. I just wrote it down. Yes, Mr. Moore.
I agree with all of that. I'll add that we haven't thought through some of step back. These are very operational level ideas that are going into this motion. And I think that is happening because 3 board members called for a special meeting and offered a solution to a problem, as we said. I think more than 3 board members have felt that there have been some issues that we've had to grapple with. And I think, more than 3 board members were all in favor of this special meeting for that reason. This is our first opportunity to deliberate this since the process went underway in January. We have ideas about solutions, but we're not really qualified to tease out some of the implications of those solutions. I don't know if having 2 rounds of voting is better than ranked choice voting with automatic runoff. I am actually persuaded by the idea that if the middle school is going to adopt the mascot, then middle school students should be included at some stage in the process. Maybe it's only the final vote, not committees. But I think there's just a great deal more work that needs to go into this before we start imposing these kind of operational decisions on the administration. In fairness to the administration, they set out a plan in January and they said, we're going to follow this plan. And so we're the ones who are accountable ultimately for what happens from here. So that said, there may well be some things in this motion that don't implicate those kinds of operational details. And another thing I would like to hear from the administration before we vote on this or another motion is what is going on with getting our kids to talk to each other. And I've emailed with Dr. Batchelor about that. But I came into this meeting earlier on when I was saying, what is the problem we are trying to solve? What is the solution? We have a lot of issues going on with the level of discourse and people feeling safe about that level of discourse. We're here, we've recessed and reconvened this meeting. I'd like to hear a little bit about that because that's a problem that means a lot to me. And what the administration is already doing about that, I think, informs what we do with a vote in these next, whatever it's going to be, 10 to 20 minutes or more.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Dr. Batchelor, I don't know if you want to weigh in. We'll see how this vote goes. We do need to take public comment before we vote on it. But my comment on this particular motion and the one prior that I also voted down is there's a level of detail and execution in these motions and specificity that I certainly don't think, to Ms. Duffy's point, it makes sense to be writing at 12:30 at night. But I don't necessarily believe that we should be writing them at all. In all fairness to, board members who called this meeting, they had a much longer motion that they pared back. And, my feedback was, thank you for paring it back. I still think it's got a level of, we're telling the administration to do something at an operational level that just can be problematic. And I think one of the problems we're seeing right now is that, we're all on the fly trying to reach into that. So we do need to take board comment. Public comment, Sarah. Yeah, I will let you go in just a second. But, perhaps we want to consider just a broad motion, if this one doesn't pass, where we direct the administration to craft next steps, period, end of story, or something along those lines. Ms. Dunn.
I appreciate that people feel rushed, and I think that we're all trying to find a solution, that we were called back here to do. We have a lot of other things to get done this month. We have 2 board budget meetings. We have lots of other items on the agenda. So I think we're all trying to, the best we can, to deal with this, because months and months more of public comment aren't going to change, it doesn't seem, the vote. My concern from a purely practical one is the rebranding. And I think, Lydia, part of this is why I had trouble with your motion. If you're going to strip all the branding off things, all the all those football helmets, you got to take the little feathers off, right? You've got a lot of rebranding to do. And we've got construction going on at the high school. Everyone's aware of that. To take things away without having a plan for what you're going to replace it with is problematic. And while this was a long process that the administration planned, and I think it was well thought out and well orchestrated. Unfortunately, I think the branding committee didn't necessarily have the same vision, and we're behind in our schedule. And my concern is, if we don't have the rebranding decisions made, and look, even if the board has a proposal with a name by June, that's not all the artwork, right, that goes with it. And the timing to have the fall sports teams properly outfitted with whatever the new logo is very limited. And I pointed out last month in the board meeting that we approved the branding contract. We have 6 months under that contract, which may mean they think it takes that long in some ways. So I think we just need to be mindful too. The board does not seem to be open to putting Radar back on the list. Radar needs to come off it sounds to me like the board is instructing the administration, the Radar name needs to come down. But I have concerns about just leaving it empty. If it's not an R because we're not going to be an R name going forward, that's relevant. So why scratch all the little feathers off things if what we mean to do is take it all off and put a G? I don't have a problem with, but there are practical implications to all these things. So Susan, I see your point about asking the administration to have a process, but I think it's important to start putting deadlines on these things because I think otherwise the community doesn't have closure and can't.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. All righty, so we're going to take public comment now. Mr. Petiti, if you could, do you have a sense of the number of public comments you have on this latest motion that Ms. Goldman and Dr. Babson put forth?
Let me see. It's hard to tell, Ms. Stern. I mean, I have one here from a motion, addressing a motion that I believe was voted down regarding putting this on pause.
So that's not the motion at hand.
Came in.
I think that came in after we voted because
It must have.
yeah.
I don't have one here. We're just generally talking about the subject, not about a motion. I'm at reading this. Another one person saying that they believe their message does apply to a motion regarding the committee potential changing the structure of the committee, of the rebranding committee.
Is there a name and address?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you read that one?
Kyle Addis, 511 Askin Road.
Was that one read earlier as well, or is this a new comment?
This is a new one.
Okay.
Sending this in a second time as it applies to this motion. Why are we forgetting the fact that 22 current students are on the committee? That puts them in the majority of the committee. I'm offended by that idea of disbanding the committee, which includes all stakeholders, students, alumni, parents, community members who have put hours and hours of their time into this process. Pausing this process will help. Changing members of the committee will not. Thank you all for proving to the community tonight that hundreds and hundreds of students' support for the Raiders nickname does not matter to you, and that you will not let a fair democratic process play out. We are disappointed but not surprised. Another person writing about the committee, addressing the committee, Khaki Martin, 313 Edge Hill Road. I, along with 22 students and an additional 19 alumni and community members, are on the Mascot rebranding committee. I have canceled events, tutors, and meetings to attend rebranding committee meetings. I have raced home from the river to sign into a meeting while trying to get a bite to eat. This has been a sacrifice on my part and on the part of my fellow committee members. I'm disappointed to hear that you are brushing us aside as though our work and our voices don't count. This is not a compromise and it's not transparent. I'm disappointed to hear what you're suggesting tonight. Please consider adding the Raider back to the options and keeping the Mascot committee to do the work we committed to doing. This is another one regarding the pause. Another one regarding the potential pause.
Mr. BTD, just as a point of information, so, maybe tomorrow sometime you could forward all these comments to the board just so that we can review and be aware of everybody, who took the time to write in tonight.
I certainly will, Mr. And I apologize. It's difficult to go through these.
I
pick out what applies to,
I have a question about the pause. Did they just not come in time to be part of that conversation, or how is?
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Yep. We asked for public comment and there wasn't any at that time. Mr. Petiti, do you think that's the end of the comments that you have on this item? And I really appreciate this. I know that what you're doing right now is really tough. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Stern. This is another one about disbanding the committee, just came in 20 seconds ago.
Sure.
Kelly Martin, 771 Conestoga Road. You've thrown our students, taxpayers, alumni, staff, and administration into a process that you continue to manipulate. This is corruption, plain and simple. Our children and our community deserves better. Disbanding the committee because a few of you don't like the results is the most transparently corrupt next step you could possibly take. People have devoted time and energy to this process, and kicking them to the curb because they don't parrot your viewpoint is not a good progress. It's corruption. The NCAI is unwavering in their support of Radnor rebranding the Raider. NCAI is excited to work with the Radnor community to integrate the students in the rebranding process. 100% of Radnor's Native American students that I've spoken to support rebranding the Raider. And successful rebranding is under the purview of this board. Whether or not it's properly executed is 100% in your hands and by your process. Board administration coaches rebrand the school, students don't. Allowing stakeholders, taxpayers, students, and alumni to have a voice is very important. Just as Sarah Dunn told us about her weighing in on the Amherst mascot, alumni should have a voice. Students don't pay taxes. They didn't purchase real estate. They must have a voice in this process. Thank you. Yeah, there's a couple more coming in here now about this disbanding, I think.
Okay, well, I'm not sure that we'll entertain comment until 12:40, and then we'll get back to this.
Okay, I think I can't say, there's something here regarding the rebranding committee and the pause, as well as the disbanding here from Amanda Castilleja, 204 West Wayne Avenue. I'm disappointed in the current actions. Once again, a new motion is being made at midnight with no valuable time for public comment. This is what got us here in the first place. We're expected to be open-minded in changing the Raider name, but as a school board member, you don't feel it's your duty to be open-minded to let the Raider name back on the list. As Dr. Batcher said, if he were a board member, he would be open-minded. It's hurtful as a rebranding committee member to disregard my time that has gone into the research and trying to understand both sides and have all voices heard. We must come together as a community. I ask that the entire process be put on hold. Do not move forward with the name change. Do not move forward with removing Raider. Please pause everything. Moving forward to remove Raider further shows the lack of concern for our students, alumni, and community. Please let us all focus on the end of the school year and let it be the best it can be for our students, knowing that this has been one of the toughest years they've had to endure. Mike Falcone, 312 Joseph Drive, Westchester. He's an alum. As a former member of the rebranding committee, I'd like to voice my displeasure with the decision to be eliminated from the process going forward. I, along with 40 other people, have devoted a significant amount of time working on this initiative. I feel that the process has been shared with the board by Dr. Batchelor, Mr. Bechtold, and Petiti has not been fully accurate, and unfairly places the majority of the blame for the failure of the committee to put forth a list of new names in a timely manner.
Excuse me, Mrs. Stern, I'd like to interrupt this. We have a board policy about not attacking people personally, and I just want to make sure that you don't think that this policy runs us foul of that by criticizing Dr. Batchelor and Mr. Petiti and Mr. Bechtold in the way that they've conducted themselves. I'm concerned that it raises issues under our no personal attacks policy.
Thank you, Ms. Dunn. Mr. Petiti, are you able to continue the comment without the personal nature directed towards our administrators?
Yeah, I'll just read it and we'll see. I guess I don't see my name here again. So I'll just keep going. You wanted the committee to be comprised of a mix of current students, alumni, and community members, yet there seemed to be a specific path you wanted to follow regardless of how the committee voted. It has been anything but a democratic process. I don't know how putting this on the students is going to get this done anytime sooner.
Point of order, it's 12:40. Mrs. Stern, did you want the comments to continue? Or
Mr. Petiti, how many more comments did you have on the motion at hand?
This one looks like it's about costs. So that wouldn't
No,
be. And then here's one about disbanding. Cameron Azarano, excuse me,
this will be the last one.
243 Willow Avenue. So you are now disbanding the current rebranding committee. And now you are placing the burden on the student body, as was previously suggested by Ms. Dunn, as an improper placement of responsibility, as well as disregarding the clear fact that we as a community have not had the opportunity to discuss the Raider name. That's it.
All right, so that's it. Thank you. All righty, so what we have on the floor is the motion from Mrs. Goldman and Dr. Babson. And I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Okay, all those opposed? And the motion fails 0-0. All righty. I'd
Can
like,
I make a simple motion?
yes, please, Ms. Dunn.
Can we, I think there's a lot of other wonderful material in this resolution, and the board members who brought them forward were really thoughtful in that. But I think, to my point before about needing to just move things along, may I make a motion that we direct the administration to come to the board in our June 29th meeting with a proposed final mascot?
What? Wait, with a proposed final mascot?
Mhm. I mean, there's been back and forth about what the appropriate process is. The public is members of the rebranding committee are upset about potentially being
Ms.
disbanded.
Dunn, can I ask you to withdraw your motion, please?
Okay.
Thank you. It's withdrawn?
Yes.
Great. Dr. Batchelor, given the late hour, given all the comments, all the board consideration that you've heard tonight regarding motions, do you have a thought on how we could proceed in a way that works for the administration and takes into account all the various comments you've heard for us to then consider putting forth a motion?
Yeah, so what we could do is similar to what I guess, what we're just hearing from Ms. Dunn is administratively, we could regroup, develop a process, take into account some of the comments we've heard. In these motions, there was a lot of different viewpoints and perspectives put forward. We will take those into account and move forward with a process to complete this moving forward.
Right. So thank you. So here's, but to Ms. Dunn's point, do you have a thought on the timeline? Because I think that that's really a critical component that she was sharing just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, if I had, again, this is the pieces that concerned me tonight is timing, how we get things done. So, and how do we get things done in time? If it is the consensus of the board that they'd like to have this done, by the end of June, so far, let me just take stock of what has happened tonight. So we made a decision in September. All right. We made a decision in December. That decision was, moved forward in a process that met with, then some discussion in January and some discussion over the last 2 weeks that resulted in 3 board members bringing together a motion. We affirmed the decision to have essentially, by rejecting that motion, that there's no Indian imagery and no Raider name moving forward in the process. Now the question is, we've had another vote to put this whole thing on hold for a year, and people voted no to putting it on hold. My understanding for people voting no to put it on hold, the way I read that vote, is people wanted to get done by June. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but that the board would like this to get done by June. So why don't the administration the problem is we're going to take the next time we meet as a board to talk about this would be the May board meeting would be the next time we would talk about this. And that's May 25th is the next board meeting. We're all together. But one option is the administration could take time between now and the May 25th board meeting and come forward with a plan for how we move forward.
Well, can I ask you a question, Dr. Batchelor? Because, and I think Mr. Moore touched on this, about 45 minutes ago. Tonight's vote to enter the Raider name into the process for consideration failed.
Correct.
So absent that, if we had closed the meeting at that point in the night, the process would be continuing. You have a process.
Yes.
So you have a process that was going to, and I'm not saying right or wrong here. I'm just kind of following up on something Mr. Moore I think it was Mr. Moore pointed out, that if we had taken no further action tonight, you would have continued with the process, and there'd be a
And I think that process,
vote on June 22nd and June 22nd. Now, there's kind of three main things that I heard tonight that that came from this meeting. One is there's a concern around some of the names that were put forth, but I think I heard Mr. Bechtold say that you guys had some good feedback from the focus groups. So perhaps you have something that you would suggest, or that you would consider in the process as it relates to that focus group information. That's one. And then two, there were many points made in the motion that did not pass that seemed to have board support around the notion of, supporting and focusing on our kids as it relates to education, as it relates to skills for conflict resolution, as it relates to, curriculum that raises awareness around the, some of these decisions around the Native American imagery and its use. And then, the component where we do want to push forward with the piece around the spirit gallery, things that we all, those are things we all agreed upon, but you don't necessarily need a motion to do that work. Is that accurate?
that is correct. We don't need a motion to do that work, and we don't need a motion to continue to move forward. There are members of the committee and members of the community that felt that the board, needed to address this request over the Raider. And tonight that was done. Tonight there was a rather lengthy discussion about whether or not the Raider name can be an option moving forward. A decision has been made. We could say a decision has been made again, but a decision has been made under, I would say, new information, under, under the duration of time from the previous decision to now, and we'll move forward with the process. So administratively, we will continue to move forward with the process, and look to meet the target of bringing a name forward, by June, based on the process we've put forward.
Okay, so hearing that, is there a board member who feels that we need a motion tonight? Any particular motion that helps bring this conversation to conclusion this evening? I'm not sure. Yes, Dr. Babson.
So the motion that Amy and I were working on there, I can see the point that there's a lot there that's a little bit, too detailed. But I think the overall thrust of it is twofold. Number one, the rebranding work, the committee of the rebranding work having been completed, the student body will evaluate names under the guiding principles, etc. Because I think that the clearer we can be about that committee's work being done, and now we are moving to a process where we are no longer considering the Raider, and we are focusing on these 8 names as choices to discuss. I think the better for everybody, the clearer we are about that.
But fair enough. Do you feel, Dr. Batchelor, is that clear enough with the board direction you already have, or not?
I'm not sure what you're asking. Is that clear enough with the board direction that if the board, if the board what I guess the takeaway here is what you're trying to say is do we need a motion to just move forward and bring it to the students? Is that this last motion didn't pass, that the board would like us to just bring this decision to the students and create for the administration to create a process that brings this to the students and has this concluded by June.
Correct.
Now, that's similar to the motion that just failed, though.
Correct, but I think the criticisms of the motion that just failed were that it was too detailed, maybe a little bit too, kind of directing the administration to do X, Y, and Z rather than just some general directive to go in a specific direction.
So, yeah, let me, Liz, did you just have your hand raised? I'm sorry. I had my hand down looking at something I was writing. No. Okay. So, yeah, that's kind of my question. Dr. Batchelor, if you got no further direction from the board, what would happen as it relates to the student process, the student piece for the mascot selection?
I mean, what we had planned was we would finish out the student focus groups. From the student focus groups, that information would go to the committee. The committee would use that information to then produce a list of 2 names to narrow the selection to 2. And then that 2 names would then go in front of the student body, 8th through 12th grade, for a vote. So that's the process. That's the process that's left, and that's the process that we certainly can continue with.
So I make a motion that we do exactly what Dr. Batchelor just said.
No, we don't need to make a motion to that point, is Lydia. My concern, I want to leave the process to the administration, but my concern is that I feel that there have been inordinate delays. I mean, they were already supposed to be down to 2 to 3 designs, and we've gotten sidetracked by issues that were resolved last September. So I guess what I would like from you, Dr. Batchelor, is your word that we will have a final mascot provided to the board in our June 29th meeting.
I'd like to raise a point of order. I think that the board can make a motion and vote to give the administration a direction, and the administration can say what its intentions are. But I don't know what it means for the administration to make a commitment that's not something that's directed by the board.
I'm not sure.
Well, I was trying to get around. Mrs. Stern didn't want us to make any more motions.
No, it's not. Oh, no, Ms. Dunn, let me clarify. It wasn't that I didn't want you to make any more motions. I wanted to give Dr. Batchelor an opportunity to weigh in. That was all. Please go forward with the motion now. I just wanted to have an opportunity to have Dr. Batchelor weigh in about kind of all the various motions he had heard tonight, and that might inform a motion. Please proceed if you have one.
I would like to move that the board direct the administration to conduct a process with student input to provide a final mascot to the board by our June 29th board meeting.
Input. Wait a second.
You need to be crystal clear in the language that doesn't include Raider.
That does not include the Raider.
You don't have.
Don't need to.
You don't need to, but you can.
All right. So Sarah, can you say that again? I'm sorry. Direct administration to conduct a process with student input to can I say
a final mascot to the board at the June 29th board meeting, or no later than the June 29th board meeting. If they got it ready early, great.
All right.
I would request that the language that does not include Raider be put in there.
Got it. Conduct. All right. Conduct a process with student input to provide a final mascot. A final mascot select choice. Oh, no, that's not the right word. I don't know what word you want here, Sarah. A final mascot.
Just a final mascot and team name.
Team name. Do you accept Dr. Babson's friendly amendment?
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary, but that's fine.
That does not. include Raider. Well, we'll say for board consideration,
Mhm.
for board consideration,
No later than the June 29th.
no later than June 29 business meeting. Okay, got it. So let me just read this again. The motion is to direct the administration to conduct a process with student input to provide a final mascot and team name that does not include Raider for board consideration no later than the June 29th business meeting. Is that your motion?
That is my motion.
Great. Do you have a second? A second from Dr. Babson. All right.
So I have a question, sorry, folks, but does this preclude what Dr. Batchelor said about 5 minutes ago, that there was another step that they wanted to do? And then can they still continue with all of that? Does that fall under your motion?
The way I'm reading Ms. Dunn's motion, it actually gives the superintendent and the admin team some flexibility to figure out how they feel it's the best way to proceed, which may or may not include some of the pieces that Dr. Batchelor laid out a few minutes ago, but doesn't so specifically constrain him, which was some of the feedback from some of the earlier motions.
Okay, great. Thank you.
That was exactly my intention.
That's the way I interpret it.
Yep. Okay, so do we have any board comment on this? Yes, Mr. Moore.
What I like best about this motion is the flexibility. The administration can continue with the process they set out, or they can adapt that process based on feedback they've received from the community, from community members, from this board tonight, from public comment we've heard tonight. Personally, I'm not particularly tied to any deadline. It's not important to me. I think I came to this meeting looking for solutions to problems that emerged about how our students are talking to each other and how the way the conversation in the community has gone has impacted that. And a question I asked earlier in the meeting of the administration that I would appreciate a little bit more comment on before we vote on this is, what's already going on at the high school? What has the administration started doing? What have the principals and directors of instruction started doing to help students process what's been going on and the way the discourse has been going right now? Because that concerns me a great deal. In a lot of ways, I thought that's what this meeting was about, more than about whether Raider name is back on as a choice or not now. It's not. That's one thing that emerged from this meeting, but it's not the thing that concerned me the most in this meeting. So I think a vote on this motion is completely appropriate, and it is a way to move the rebranding process forward with that flexibility. But before we vote on this, I'd like to hear just a little bit more about what else has been going on operationally, pedagogically, from the point of view of the administration about some of the things that I think have concerned a lot of board members.
I know the high school administration has been reaching out first to some of the student leaders on both sides of this issue, and been reaching out to talk to them to make sure that they understood that they're free to have their opinions, and their opinions that they have on this are reasonable and fair. And how do we continue, as we talked about in my letter, to disagree without being disagreeable and without being divisive? So they've been reaching out to the student leaders and talking to them to also just listen, to hear where they are, to hear where they're coming from, trying to ensure that we can all continue to be one Radnor as we move forward. I think some of the pieces in the motion, the original motion that was on the agenda tonight, had pieces in there about having a dialogue if it was an option. I think that conversation is a little bit different when it's not an option, in the sense that the dialogue is about the decision has been made. How do we have that dialogue about why this decision, has been made and the rationale for that? I think that's a little bit different than what was, shared in the original motion. But I think those are conversations that will continue.
Thank you.
And nothing in our motion precludes you from taking that which was very valuable and helpful, from tonight's motion, which was always the intention.
Yeah. The pieces about the spirit gallery, the pieces of moving forward into next school year and beyond our curriculum, looking the place of how we're going to, in our spirit gallery, capture Radnor's history, the place of how we, what is in our curriculum and our structural program when we look at Native Americans. Those are all pieces that will move forward from a teaching and learning perspective, not between now and June, but those are pieces that we will plan to move forward for as a school district in coming years.
Okay. So do we have any other board comment now? All right.
I'm so sorry. Just if we don't vote on this, we just basically go back to the plan that we had when the meeting started, which is.
Unless somebody makes another motion. Yes. Yep. All righty. So
Basically, what I'm hearing this motion is this motion is saying to the administration that the board would like to have for a consideration by June 29th, consideration of that final name and mascot, and freeing the administration based on the feedback tonight to whatever process we believe needs to get done to have that happen.
gives you that flexibility. That's how I heard it.
Yes.
Yes. Ms. Duffy.
I guess my question to the administration is, are they comfortable with that timing? I just, I'm concerned of putting a deadline. We have one shot to get this right in terms of branding. And I'm very uncomfortable of saying, we don't know what that process is yet. We don't know what he is going, what they're going to come forward when they digest all of this rich discussion that's happened tonight and what's happened to date. And when they have to put that all together, what that process entails with a graduation, with a prom, with seniors leaving, with AP exams, with final exams. And we're telling them that we're going to do all that properly by June. I'm very personally, I'm uncomfortable with that. And I'd just like to hear from the administration how they feel.
Well, as I said, a couple hours ago, I said that the pause Ms. Solomon suggested is something that I hadn't thought about that did resonate with me. And that pause was something that I think administratively, again, at what time and how we do it. But I also support the decision of the board. So I've shared, perspective here on what I think, we could do. At the same time, that motion failed. And, so a decision's been made, and the majority of the board is looking to move forward by June. There's going to be this decision. This whole topic has had a lot of pros and cons, and this decision here is going to have some additional, obviously, pros and cons as we move forward. Can we do this? Yes, I think we can complete this, and we can have this. We can have it by June 29th. We can, move forward and complete this process, moving forward.
Mrs. Stern, you were muted. I don't know if you were calling on me.
I was.
Does this process preclude the administration from continuing to work with the National Congress on the retirement of the Native American imagery and other issues that may emerge from the rebranding process, even though the Raider name has been retired? And if so, is that something based on it sounds like preliminary conversations that you had, it sounds like this morning from what Mr. Bechtold reported, is that something that they would potentially be offering? And is it something that you would find potentially valuable in the process, even if Raider's not on the table?
Sorry to cut across, but I mean, that was one reason why I was interested in having letter C in there. I think we could keep the spirit of that idea. I don't see why we shouldn't at some point maybe, come to that maybe at a later meeting.
But we don't necessarily need a motion for that, folks. I mean, I think that's the part that,
That's the question I asked. Exactly.
yeah, the motion doesn't preclude that to my understanding. That's what I said that a few minutes ago. I said, there was lots of other things in the motion that failed. That doesn't mean that they can't proceed with some of those.
I would agree. I think we can reach out to the National Congress as we look at our curriculum moving forward. We can reach out to the National Congress as we look to try to how we represent our history and how we establish in the Spirit Gallery. I don't necessarily see the need, as we talked about, that we need to necessarily consult with them with our whatever the name or mascot is. It's certainly something that administratively we were not be precluded from doing as well, and something that we can consider as we move forward with this process.
Thank you.
Okay, great. We're gonna, Mr. Petiti, do you have public comment on the latest motion?
I have another one from Kyle Addis, 511 Askin Road.
Okay.
Why is such an important decision being rushed in less than 6 weeks? In the last 6 weeks of the school year, no less. You are only digging the hole deeper. Take a pause, as Lydia recommended. And that is the only one concerning that motion.
Okay, thank you so much. Is there?
I have a question whenever it's
here.
I may have lost something here, but there's nothing fundamentally different in terms of a timetable between what Ms. Dunn proposed and what the administration had initially laid out. Is that correct?
Exactly. I'm just
asking this. There's no difference.
It's an extra week because the administration's original proposal was to have us a mascot by June 22nd, but our board meeting has moved back a week. So it's actually a week longer than originally proposed in January.
Right.
And you're giving the freedom of the administration to adjust the process to complete it in time.
Okay, so I just want to repeat again. This motion by Ms. Dunn is no different from what the administration had already laid out and advertised to the community, except it gives the administration an extra week to be able to complete the process. And, whatever elements of the process they may need to tweak in order to take into account all of the feedback that's been given tonight. Is that correctly summarized? Thank you.
Can I just make one point? I appreciate that point, but we're also not on schedule for many parts of the process that we were supposed to be. We haven't had the focus groups with the students. We delayed those. So, we're not on the original timeline that the administration laid out. We're not on. We're not currently on. We are delayed. So we have a delayed process, but I appreciate that we're giving them flexibility to adjust that process. But we are already not on the timeline because we're behind. So now we're asking him to rush the end piece. But again, I appreciate flexibility to change the process.
Yeah, I wouldn't characterize it as rushing. I think the flexibility actually is pretty key to let them proceed at this point. Okay, do we have any more further board comment? I just want to be careful that we don't get too much into deliberation because we might then have to take more public comment. I'll have Mr. Christoph weigh in on that. Yes, Mr. Jubileer.
Yeah, just quickly, it's hard, it's May 12th. I think it was Miss Duffy who mentioned the 5 or 6 seminal events coming up, and Mr. Moore expressing that overall getting it done right is more important than the deadline. So I think I don't support this. I think we are making a mistake. This is too important, and we need to do this right. And so that's all I want to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Moore.
One question I have is this much different from what happened in January, where essentially we have kind of an interim reset, and the administration again has the opportunity to come back to us with updates on their process, their changes to their process, what's working and what's not working. So if this motion passes, it sets a goalpost, but we must and should always be open to new information that comes forward. And that's what brought us here, right? So that's one question I have, and then another question I have is, to what extent is our work complete, whether or not this motion passes? Is this a meeting that should recess again for further continuation, or are we only focused on future regular business meetings for how this comes up, or future GRCC meetings? And so I'd value input from the board or the administration on that question. To tip my own hand, I appreciate that we came to this point through a special meeting that 3 board members requested. I think other board members, as I said, wanted to make sure we had the opportunity to talk about this, but we do have a GRCC committee that meets, and an option is for updates to continue to go there. So I just feel like we should be clear about not just the fact that there's a goal of June 29th that has been set, but also what are the administration's intentions and/or what are the board's preferences about what updates and further deliberation between now and June 29th look like.
As chair of GRCC, I'd like to weigh in on that. I think our role in GRCC has been kind of a clearinghouse for updates from Mr. Petiti, and there's always been time in the meeting for comment on those updates. I don't see how that would change from here to June.
And Mr. Moore, let me just weigh in. I would not support recessing this meeting again. And the reason I would not is that the structure would preclude public comment. And I think we've now talked for over 5 hours, and we've had a number of motions, and just the nature of motions in new business, make it more challenging for anyone to consider the motion and weigh in and give public comment. So, recessing this meeting would prevent additional public comment. And I just don't think that would be the right way to proceed. If there's more work for this board to do on this topic, I don't happen to think so, but until June 29th, but if there is, then we should do that in my opinion, we should do that in a newly formed meeting, not a recessed meeting of this meeting.
No, I actually agree with that. And as we have discussed, Mrs. Sturt, I voted against recessing last time. I just wanted to move forward with eyes open about what the process looks like for this board between now and June 29th.
As did I. All righty. So I think at this point, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. 1, 2, 3, 4. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The motion fails 4-5. Okay. So, is there any other motions tonight? All righty, seeing none. Let me just go back to the agenda. We have board announcements tonight at 7 p.m. We will be continuing the Valley Forge Military Charter School application hearing at 7 p.m. And then we have our regular business meeting on Tuesday, May 25th, also at 7 p.m. At this time, I would entertain a motion and a second to adjourn. A motion from Ms. Solomon and a second from Ms. Dunn. All those in favor? And we are adjourned. Good night, everyone. Thank you all very so much.